Good morning, everybody. How is it going? How is it going? It's Wednesday. For some reason, when I woke up, when OJ woke me up at 3 o'clock this morning, I thought it was Thursday. Have you ever done that before? You wake up and you think it's a different day, and then it just throws you off for the rest of the day? That was me. Absolutely crazy. Much like this case, I apologize that we started an hour later. Yesterday, they said it was all going to start at 9:45, which would be 8:45 my time. Well, then this morning, they said they're not allowing any television crews out at Moselle. So, from what I'm understanding, the jury is on the way back from Moselle. They said that one of the jurors was particularly interested in the door hanging up, I guess, I don't, what do you call it? I guess like up where the hinges are from the testimony yesterday, talking about up on the door. I thought that was interesting. Jules is in here taking a poll. What's good? Jules, what are the results? Hello, Kelly. Hello, Just Me. Hello, Nani. Jin's in. Jam. That's it. The door jam. Thank you, Just Me. Thank you. I was chatting for a while and then I lost track of who I was chatting with. Hello, Angel P. Bob made it in. Today, Bob's post said it is National Pig Day. Can't make it up. It is National Pig Day. Cannot be more fitting. Cannot be more fitting. Hello, Texas Tiffany. Hope everybody's doing good. CR, I got your email. CR sells Avon. So while I have like 4 different, well, more like 14 different screens open right now. So I've been working on my Avon order. I've had a lot of shit going on this morning. Hello, Rowena. How is it going? How's it going? Okay, real quick. Hello, Oklahoma. For those of you that were present for the show Monday morning about little Kyron Horman, if you're in any Facebook groups for Kyron, you might see a post that I did not make. It was made by another person. Basically breaking down the video, which this person paid attention. This person picked up on stuff I don't even remember saying. But said that my video on Monday was very, very biased against Terry. Now look, you guys know me. In these cases, I don't pick a side. The police picks a side. And I side with the police because they're the ones that have the evidence. The people in the Facebook groups don't have any evidence. They can't get warrants. They cannot look at people's data. They don't know these people. A lot of times they've never even been to the town where the crime was committed. So, the coverage on the channel is 9 times out of 10 media coverage based on what law enforcement's saying. It's the damnedest thing, but it's worked thus far. So if you happen to be in that group and you see that, I've already addressed it, and the admin said it's going to stay because the coverage was very biased against Terry. There's nothing I can do about it. Okay, also, people are really hating on my ass this week. I said something yesterday, and I should not have said it, but sometimes the devil gets the best of me. It's the red hair. My pawpaw, not paw like Alex's, grandpa, used to say it's the devil coming out. That's what the red hair is all about. Anyway, I did say something yesterday because the video came out about Candace Wells from her friend Kathy. And I made a remark. I'm a hypocrite. I'm always like, be careful out there. Watch where you step. Well, I stepped in it big time, and some people just don't like what I said about Candace. Asher likes what I said about Candace. Thank you for the super sticker, Asher. You're an amazing person. Thank you, hun. That means more than you have absolutely no idea. The way you guys support the channel and we're here for each other means the world. So anyway, I'm not really going to hash out what I said about Candace, but if asked, I definitely own it. I might rephrase it. But I meant every word of it. That's all I can say about it. That's all I can say. Jin's not having it. Jin said, ain't no one give a damn about Candace. ICU said, ignore the hate. Well, in a nutshell, what I said is I don't understand how someone of Candace's standing in society, I'm just going to put it that way, finds a way to get people to support her, give her money, remodel her house, take care of her, the whole 9 yards. I said, what is it about these people that they turn a blind eye to a whole child being missing and 5 other being raised by prospective states that Candace was living in? How do they ignore that? How do you do it? Now, I had some other choice words along with it when I described Candace. You can fill in the blanks. That's what happens. Who knows? Wanda said, why do people have to suck up to Candace? Sorry ass. Exactly. Yep. I don't get it. Lala said, great questions, though. Fill in the blank for me because I don't get it. I don't get it. I've got all these people saying, don't you feel sorry for Kathy? No. 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 It's not worth my time either. What the hell I feel sorry for Kathy for? You knew what you were getting into. Come on. Ridiculous. Anybody that befriends Candace, you're going to get screwed over. I don't know what to tell you. You think she's going to, you know what? She's going to treat you the way she treats her children. That's all I have to say about that. Easy enough. Easy enough. Asher, you're on a roll. Good morning again, Asher. I'm coming to the beach, Rowena. Thank you very much. We do our own thing here. Screw them. But that is the new slogan. Befriend Candace, she'll treat you just the way she treats her children. That's all I can say. Misty said big facts. You bet. Okay, so Jules has been in here polling. I understand JLR is on the scene and he's taken his own poll. Court TV, law and crime, it's big happenings, big happenings. Where are we? Guilty? Acquittal? Hung like a hog? Mistrial? What are we thinking? I'm wondering what the jury is thinking. Because we have heard way more than the jury. They've been protected. Like we know way more that's going on than they do because we've been watching it on TV or on the computer. The the pooter. Misty believes guilty, but do you believe that the jury is going to vote guilty? Mama Kay said the jury is saying, let this crap end. I heard that to settle, work on, whatever the phrasing, all of Alex's cases, everything he's got going on. The attorney, what's his name, Harpoolian or whatever, who, by the way, is very well connected. I did not realize how well connected he is. Damn. One phone call to the White House and that attorney of his could be an ambassador if he wanted. He is very, very thick with Joe Biden. Real thick with him. I didn't know that. I found all this out yesterday. But to settle all of Alex's BS, all of it, $600,000. $600,000. And the expert I heard on TV last night that was doing a deep dive said that is cheap. Cheap. considering how long this can go on. I was like, damn. Dang. Let's look at a clip, and they should be starting here in just a second. Volume would be nice.
First up, all sides in the Here are 3 key takeaways you need to know about the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial. First up, all sides in the trial have officially rested their case. Prosecutors say Murdaugh killed his wife and son to distract from his financial crimes, but have not presented direct evidence against him. They called 61 witnesses and introduced more than 500 pieces of evidence, from descriptions of the brutality of the killings to details about bank records. Meanwhile, the defense has called experts to the stand who say evidence from the crime scene was not properly collected. The defense also called an expert who testified the killings likely required 2 shooters because both Paul and Maggie Murdaugh appeared to be taken by surprise. Alec Murdaugh is charged with both killings, which binds prosecutors to him being the only shooter. Well, next up, today, jurors in Alec Murdaugh's murder trial will get to see for themselves the rural hunting estate where his wife and son were killed. Crime scene visits by juries are relatively rare, but have occurred in a number of other high-profile prosecutions. Murdaugh's team wants jurors to visit the property because the distance between the kennels to where the bodies were found and the home where Murdaugh says he was sleeping has been a key component of the trial. Only 16 minutes passed between when the victims stopped using their cell phones and when Murdaugh left the house. Defense attorney Dick Harpootlian says the jury must see the 1700 property to, quote, appreciate the spatial issues. Prosecutors oppose the visit because the scene has changed significantly in the 20 months since the killings. And finally, there was a surprise in court yesterday as State Attorney General Alan Wilson questioned one of the prosecution's recall witnesses. Wilson has been present throughout the trial, but had yet to participate in questioning. Orangeburg County Deputy Chief Dr. Kenneth Kinsey was recalled to the stand to counter claims made by several forensic witnesses called by the defense. The defense witness testified about the angle of shots fired and determined that the shooter was about 5'2". Kinsey was asked about those results, to which he said the calculations from the defense's crime scene expert on the shooter trajectory were wrong. Kinsey said direction and angle of impact could be determined from the holes at the scene. Well, the media is not allowed to be at Moselle, but when the jury returns to the courtroom after their visit, we're going to pick up our live coverage. You can watch the trial on all of our platforms, including the...
Okay, that's a good little recap. Now, from what I was listening to last night and this morning, they said a big thing with the jury is going to be these 2 experts. These experts mess up a lot of stuff, let me tell you. You've got one expert saying, you're looking for a short, dumpy fella that did this, and probably 2 of them. Got to be 2 shooters, and they're going to be short. The other guy said, no. So who do you believe? Because they're both experts, right? And they're both, well, they both talked a good line of BS, I guess you call it. So you have that. I was wondering what was going to happen. Not that we have a crystal ball or we know, but what will happen with his financial crimes? I thought it was pretty ballsy, the way that he just owns it. Yeah, I did all those things. They said because more than likely, he will just pay the people back and get house arrest for a while. And I'm like, well, makes sense. It does. And the money that he got from his father's estate is untouchable. It's untouchable. Now, if there was some sort of IRS tax lien, they could get it. The government can find anything. But as far as this and his financial crimes, no, it's untouchable. They cannot seize his bank account. That's kind of weird. I wonder if his dad didn't know something was getting ready to happen before he died. But they said that inheritance, that 4 point whatever million, is untouchable. So, old boy's not going to pay it sitting in jail. He's going to make a deal and he's going to say, I've got the money. I can start paying these people back. I'm not going to do it in jail. I thought that was really interesting. Very interesting. All right, let's get to it. Let's see what we got going on.
What you're seeing.
Yeah, just the prosecution team is kind of staggered in, not coming in, seeing, as individuals, coming in more like 2s and 3s and members of SLED, obviously. So, yeah, they're just getting, as soon as they're spotted, the crowd kind of starts clapping and cheering, and it quits as soon as they go in. But now the public's being let in, so it looks like maybe they've got word the jury is either here or close. So hopefully we get underway soon and see when these openings are going to start.
And do you have any idea of how the jury view went? If the jury is coming back, have you heard any inklings of how the actual viewing went?
I haven't heard anything yet. I did see the update from the reporter who went with the jury on that view. They left about 9:10, warned them to be on the lookout for snakes, by the way. It's low country. It's warm. It's humid out. They like this weather. They were going to spend 30 minutes at the kennel area at the very end, go up and see the exterior of the house, and then on their way back. So we haven't heard how it went, but definitely if they're not back, they're close.
And Gigi, do you have a sense of what the high points or what the points that the public that you see out there are looking for? Of course, they're not the jurors, but I like to call them armchair jurors. And, the sense that you get from the public while you're outside the courtroom, are they expecting that this is going to be a prosecution win, a hung jury, or an acquittal?
Most people in line really are divided. I've talked to several, and they just feel like it's either going to be guilty or a hung jury. I think we all can agree it's probably not going to be a not guilty. But people have varying opinions, where somebody said, in my heart, I think he did it, but I'm not sure the state had enough to convict, to where the next person in line says, I was convinced 100% with the evidence, guilty as charged. So it's going to be interesting, though, the 12 people that matter most, what are they going to decide?
And Gigi, we hear that Jim Griffin is going to be delivering the summation, the closing argument for the defense. Was that expected, or do you think that people thought Dick Harpootlian would be the one to deliver that final summation to the jury?
Yeah, I don't think it was much of a surprise. I think he's a little more energetic, but, we know they wanted to split those closings. I apologize. A lot of emergencies in Walterboro, unfortunately. We hear it quite often. So we know they wanted to split the closings between the two of them. The judge and the state did not want that. So, yeah, I think Jim Griffin, either one of them would have been great. They're both, by default, trial watchers hate the defense for the most part, but they're very good at what they do. So I'm interested to see what both sides say to wrap this up, to plead their case and get the verdict they each want.
Okay, Gigi, thank you, as always, for the update. Outside the courthouse there in Walterboro, South Carolina. And we're going to let you go into that courthouse for the closings, and we're going to check in with you later in the day for your great reporting. For us at the network back here in New York City, I want to show some more testimony from one of the last witnesses who was called yesterday. It's an attorney that used to work with the defendant. His name was Mark Ball. Let's take a look at that clip while we wait for closing arguments to begin.
You said you've known the defendant for how long?
34 years.
Knowing what you know now, was he able to look you in the eye and lie convincingly and effortlessly to you?
Judge.
Objections overruled.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. I didn't know the stealing. I didn't know any of that. And, it's not the way a plaintiff's practice works. You work on your own cases unless you're working with somebody else. And so you wouldn't necessarily be talking about his particular cases. So it's sort of yes and no. I mean, obviously, a lot of things that I was told and a lot of things just weren't there. I mean, the blue lights, the reasoning for the blue lights, the money missing from our account when he cashed the 2 checks, all of those types of things. Obviously they weren't truthful.
And did you feel like you knew the defendant well prior to June?
Sure thought I did.
Okay, so that was the testimony from Mark Ball. Let's bring in my 2 great guests. I still have Joseph Scott Morgan with me. I also have joining me now Mark Mangino. He is a criminal defense attorney. Mark, I want to start with you. This was one of the last witnesses that we saw testify in this courthouse. Of course, weeks of testimony before this jury that is going to have to be summed up and presented to the jury and marshaled, that evidence by both sides in this case in closing arguments. What do you think about that testimony that we just saw? Was it something that's going to impact this case in any meaningful way?
Well, I think this is what the prosecution is going to pound on, and that is that Alec Murdaugh is a liar. He's deceitful. He has misled really everybody in his life, his family, his partners, his friends, the police. So this is going to be a theme that we're going to hear from the prosecution, that he's in here now asking you to believe him that he didn't kill his wife and his son. Let's look at his track record. Let's look what he's done up to this point. There's an old common law adage, false as in one, false as in all. And I think that's what the prosecution is going to pound away at in their closing argument.
And Matt, let me get your perspective from the defense side. I agree with you. I think that the prosecution is going to be highlighting the credibility or lack thereof of Alec Murdaugh to this jury. But on a defense perspective, Matt, what do you expect to hear once they start arguing to this jury?
Well, it's going to be about doubt. They're going to pound away at doubt. They're going to hammer. I mean, the last witness that the prosecution called on rebuttal said that he couldn't say for sure whether there were 1 or 2 shooters. So they're going to pound away at those types of issues. How did someone shoot 2 people without any defensive wounds with 2 different guns in very close proximity to one another? So they're going to pound away at those issues that this is a circumstantial case, and the prosecution hasn't met its burden beyond a reasonable doubt. There are a lot of issues here that just don't add up when you look at the totality of the evidence that the prosecution presented.
And Joseph, let's talk about some of the actual investigation and the crime scene investigation that occurred in this case. And we've been talking about that. One of the issues that the prosecution may have is the way the crime scene was treated after these murders occurred. Do you think that the defense will be looking to really highlight that to this jury to raise that reasonable doubt?
Yeah, most certainly. As a matter of fact, reflecting back, there was actually a great witness that the defense put up, if I remember correctly. And it was one of the former law partners that talked about how he was out there and he witnessed all of these items lying about relative to the scene, what he saw out there. He saw people coming and going through all of these areas. And this guy is a civil attorney. He's not engaged in criminal defense in any way, at least to my understanding. And he was even able to appreciate this, that there was something wrong. So they put him up there for a reason. I think that this is something that they're going to hammer at, as my buddy Matt had just stated. They're going to hammer away in that particular area, scene security, collection of evidence, perhaps even processing of evidence. I think that's going to be a big part of it moving forward, certainly in closing.
And we're going to take a quick break here at Law and Crime. But when we come back, I'm going to be talking to you. And I have a lot more questions that I'd love to ask both you gentlemen, because your insight is always so great here. And we are what I'd like to say or call summation watch here at Law and Crime. We are waiting for closing arguments in the Alec Murdaugh trial to begin. When they do, we're going to go live into that courtroom so you don't miss a minute of it. But we have to take a quick break here at Law and Crime. Stay tuned here at Law and Crime.
Oh, man, they just really threw a kink in the day by having to take their field trip. Ryan said, how many times did he have to say law and crime? It's like, yeah, I know. I know who I'm hijacking up here. Crime Time had a point. I can't believe nobody jumped all over this, meaning legally wise. The former sheriff was up there saying he never gave his ass permission to put blue lights on his car. So he literally lied on the stand. And I mean, that's a big ass deal. So on one hand, he owns up to ripping people off left and right. And, I mean, he doesn't flinch at these things. He honestly thinks he's above the law. Do you think, not that we know the dude, do you think that in his mind, Blue Light Special thinks he's going to get away with this? Because he seems like the way that he was addressing the jury, how he was looking at him, he was connecting with them. It looked like a ping pong match between him and Waters. Crazy. I mean, to lie to the jury, to lie on the stand is normally a really big deal. It seems like all of these crimes, well, I would say they don't really affect him. Like they don't really bother him that much. But something had to have bothered him because, well, Mags and Papa are dead. They didn't get killed just because. OJ, move. Y'all said he knows how to act while being questioned, being a trial attorney. Yeah. And that's enough. And he's an attorney. Now, honestly, a lot of personal injury attorneys, you get a hold of a settlement sheet, you can't figure out where the hell your money went. It's really no surprise that an attorney might skim some settlements. I mean, he flat out ripped people off. He flat out ripped people off. He doesn't seem to be worried about that. He doesn't seem to be worried about that. I can't figure it out. Either he's already talked to his attorneys and they've already said, we'll take care of that down the road. You'll probably get house arrest. Let's get through this. He doesn't seem to be two-faced. Let's look at this and then we will get to the trial. It should be any second.
In the final stages, the prosecution called their last witness to the stand today to respond to experts with the defense. Now, we heard from Murdaugh's former law partners again and from pathologists with the Medical University of South Carolina. She did the autopsies for Maggie and Paul and defended her findings against testimony from a defense expert who said she was wrong about the shot that killed Paul. So for much more on today, now we're going to trial analysts Grant Varner, Kim Varner here with us as always. And so Grant, we heard a lot today. For a lot of people who've been following this very closely, a lot of it kind of repetitive. What were your biggest takeaways, especially kind of some of those heated moments between Dick Harpootlian and the former law partner there for Alec Murdaugh?
You know, I think what Dick Harpootlian was trying to bring out there was, you know, certainly you're going to be upset. Don't sit here and tell us you're not upset. And we kept hearing him say, well, I'm not angry. I'm past that. I can't stay angry about this. But he wouldn't really give a direct answer about how much has come out of his pocket. And it was obvious it was getting testy between the two of them. I think Dick certainly intended to bring out, I'm not going to call it anger, but certainly intended to bring out of the witness that there are strong emotions here. Right. And the jury is certainly welcome to read into that whatever they're going to take from that witness's testimony reaction from Dick Harpootlian. Yeah. I also found it very interesting. The state recalled their Secret Service cell phone expert out of Charleston. I think they took about 10 steps back when he opened his mouth. He was being crossed by the defense, and he said, I Googled this, and I don't have any more knowledge about this particular throwing of the phone motion than anybody else in the courtroom. That was a major step backwards. Whereas previously, when he testified, he was strong.
Yep.
And it was, I'm not going to say well rehearsed, but it came out right. It was a smooth presentation. It was solid. It was believable. And today, that just went fumbling backwards. The rest of the witnesses, though, they went pretty well. Agent Kinsey, or Dr. Kinsey, I believe, was the last one to testify. I think he may have actually used the word preposterous about the two-shooter theory. Experts are certainly welcome to disagree.
Mhm.
And Dr. Reimer certainly disagreed with the defense's expert.
Right.
Jury is welcome to read into that. People are going to disagree on their findings. We'll see what the jury thinks on that.
Kim, you laughed a little bit when they brought up the cell phone expert. It was interesting to see him stand there saying, well, I stood in my office and I kept throwing the phone.
First, I disagree with Grant a little bit. I think Dick deliberately pushed the law partner.
Okay.
He wanted to see the anger. He wanted it to come out, and he wanted the jury to see it. And you're not going to get juries to go against their instinct, okay? Don't tell me that somebody who stole millions of dollars that you got to take out of your pocket or go get loans for when you've worked all your life, you got your education, you're getting ready for retirement at some stage. It's okay to be ticked, okay? The cell phone expert. My secretary made the statement, give it a try. So I flipped my phone 4 times. It came on 2 out of 4. And she looked at me, she said, you're now qualified as an expert. It was laughable, and I couldn't help but laugh. I thought the pathologist did a phenomenal job her first time around.
Mm-hmm.
Quit while you're ahead. They brought her back, and I think she was off balanced, unnerved, and I don't think she did nearly as well. The last guy, I loved him. I mean, he's one of them. He relates to the jury. I thought he was very good. It was great.
Yeah. He had said he had been at more than 800 crime scenes.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked the guy.
Yeah.
But at the end of it, I'm completely confused. Is it a tall guy? Is it a short guy? Well, he said it could be either. Was it 1 shooter, 2 shooters? Who knows? I mean, we're back where we started. Nobody knows what happened.
Right.
And that's a problem. The jury has to know beyond any reasonable doubt.
Yeah. And Grant, you had brought up the trip to Moselle several days ago, saying that they need to make sure they get out there. What do you think the defense is hoping to accomplish out there?
I think the defense is hoping that when the jurors are actually on site, they will become very cognizant of exactly how far it is from the crime scene to the house. I think they're hoping that the jury is going to recognize that possibly he wouldn't have heard a gunshot if he was in the house, assuming he was in the house and wasn't out there committing murder. If they believe he was in the house, maybe he didn't. I hope that, I think the defense is hoping they're going to recognize how long it would have taken to get to the house and back, the distance between the entrances. This is a very unique property. It has a landing strip. It's debatable whether it's abandoned or not, but when you've got a landing strip and the distance of the driveways or the entrances to Moselle is approximately the distance of the landing strip, that's not a small distance. And I think the defense is hoping the jury will recognize, look, it's possible that when Alex was leaving Moselle on the Suburban, if somebody else was pulling out of the lower driveway at approximately the same time, if you believe their theory, he may not have seen him. And at the rate of speed he was driving down Moselle Road, he may not have seen anybody in his rearview mirror either. So I think it's really you've got to be hands-on. You got to see it, touch it, smell it, hear it. There's a strong chance there may be people out shooting near Moselle tomorrow. It's common in the low country, the lower part of the state. I think, as we heard today, apparently they hog hunt year-round, day and night. Hogs are not just nocturnal. I think one of the law partners testified he was hog hunting at 4:30 in the afternoon. So they may experience some of what happens in Hampton.
Right.
One of the other things they're going to get, because the lawyers can be there, they cannot communicate or point anything out to the jury. They're strictly there as observers.
Okay.
What they're going to learn is what the jury is looking at. And that's going to give them a little bit of insight as to what the jurors think is important, which could alter your closing arguments.
Okay, so they may be taking notes there as far
Sure
as how
they
they're
will
going to
be.
close. Okay, well, maybe tomorrow we'll be discussing closing arguments. That is yet to be determined. We'll wait and see. Gentlemen, thank you as always.
Thank you.
Alec Murdaugh is now in the final.
Do you guys think that's going to be a big thing? The confusion. One shooter, two shooters. This guy said the shooter can't be more than 5.5 foot tall. The other one said, of course he can be tall. Are they going to be able to separate how they kept? I mean, they beat it in their heads over these financial crimes. They weren't there to hear about that. It's one thing to bring it up and say this was his motive for doing this. The boat accident, he'd been skimming the pot for a long time. That's one thing. But we heard more and more and more about that than the two murders. I don't know. There's definitely conflicting testimony. And the height of the shooter is one thing. But one or two shooters, that's a different story. That is a totally different story. You got a whole ass another person.
Kill her instantly. The evidence is going to show that neither Paul nor Maggie had any defensive wounds. Neither one of them had any defensive wounds, as if they didn't see a threat coming from their attacker. And the evidence is also going to show that both Maggie and Paul were shot at extremely close range. The evidence is going to show it's called stippling. It's almost like a tattoo, that when you get shot very close to a weapon, it leaves marks that the forensic pathologist can see. They were shot at close range and they did not have defensive wounds. And the evidence is going to show that the defendant, Alec Murdaugh over there, told anyone who would listen that he was never at those kennels. But the evidence is also going to show from these things that every one of us, most of us carry around in our pocket, that he was there. And he was there just minutes before, with Maggie and Paul, just minutes before their cell phones go silent forever and ever. Despite what he told people, I was never at the kennels, the cell phones are going to show otherwise. You're also going to hear evidence that about a week after the murders, Mr. Alec Murdaugh's father had died, Mr. Randolph. And about a week after the murders, he shows up early in the morning at his parents' home, where his mother still is in late-stage Alzheimer's, on Alameda in Hampton. It's uncharacteristic for him to show up early, uncharacteristic for him to show up at all like that. And he comes in and he's carrying something in a blue tarp, and he takes it upstairs. And eventually law enforcement finds out about that. And they go upstairs and they find a wadded up, very, very large raincoat in a blue color. Could look like a tarp. And you're going to hear evidence that it was coated with gunshot residue on the inside. On the inside. You're going to hear other evidence of gunshot residue. You're going to hear that there was gunshot residue on Alec at the scene. You're going to hear the evidence that there was gunshot residue on the seatbelt of the car he was driving. You're going to hear evidence that when law enforcement got to the scene, he had gone and gotten a shotgun, Paul's shotgun, and that Maggie's DNA was on that shotgun. You're going to hear other evidence from DNA, gunshot residue, firearms examiners. There's going to be a lot of forensic evidence in this case. And I'm not going to get into every single bit of it right now, but I will say that a key piece of forensic evidence that you're going to hear in this case is the cell phone evidence. Alec's cell phone, Maggie's cell phone, Paul's cell phone. You know, this is all amazing technology that most of us carry around in our pockets. It really allows us to do a lot of things and to get a lot done. But this cell phone keeps track of who we're talking to, who we're calling, who we're texting, whenever we access apps. And every time you do that, there's a record kept in this phone, unless it's deleted somehow. And if you're using certain apps, you can even get GPS information where you were when you did that that's stored on these phones. You're going to hear evidence about that. You're going to hear evidence that when you make a call and it pings off of cell towers, the location information can be gathered from that as well. And so it allows an investigation to take this and piece together what someone was doing on a particular day. And not only what they were doing, but who they were interacting with and how they were interacting with them. On that 911 call and on the body-worn cameras. Pay attention to what he says. Look at how he's acting. But he says within a few minutes of each one of those, he says, this is about the boat case. This is about the boat case. And you're going to hear some of what was going on in Alex Murdaugh's life leading up to that day. Stuff that happened that very day, stuff that was leading up, a perfect storm that was gathering, much like the storms that are coming outside today. Listen for that evidence. Listen to that gathering storm that all came to a head on June 7th, 2021, the day the evidence will show he killed Maggie and Paul. This has been a long, exhaustive investigation. And it's going to be a fairly long trial because it's complicated. It's a journey. There's a lot of aspects to this case. There's a lot of factors to this case. But like a lot of things that are complicated, when you start to put them all together, piece them together like a puzzle, all of a sudden the picture emerges and it's really simple.
Okay, there you have Cretan Waters giving his opening statement to the jury. Many weeks ago now, we've had a lot of evidence come before that jury in the interim, and we are waiting now for closing arguments to start. We'll go live into court as soon as that starts in terms of closing arguments. But let's break down what we just saw with my two great guests joining me today. I have Joseph Scott Morgan and also Matthew Mangino. Matt, I want to start with you. In an opening statement, as an attorney, you don't necessarily want to promise something you can't deliver. Do you think that the prosecution delivered what they told that jury in terms of the evidence that they would see or hear during the course of this trial?
Well, I think that they put on the evidence that they had. Again, this is all circumstantial in terms of the evidence in this case. I think the evidence with regard to the cell phones is strong evidence. But if I was defending this case, if I was about to make my closing argument, I'd go right back to exactly what was said by the prosecution in the opening, and that is that these homicides occurred in very close proximity to one another, and in fact, there was stippling that was present, and in fact that there were no defensive wounds, which again brings me back to this issue of doubt. I mean, how does a single person shoot two people in close proximity with two different guns, a rifle and a shotgun, and there not be any defensive wounds? That's really, I think, an issue that the defense has to pound away at in their closing argument.
Yeah, and Joseph, we've talked about some of the forensic evidence that both sides have presented during the course of this trial. And you saw the prosecution talking about some of that in the opening statements. What do you think are going to be the key points from a forensic standpoint that both sides could sort of hit home or look to as they close up to this jury?
Prosecution, it's definitely going to be digital forensics. Just as, Waters had pointed out in his opening statement, I go back to that. I think that that's going to be their biggest point that they can kind of drive home. As to the defense, they're banking on reasonable doubt here. I think one of the strongest things they have going for them, even though it's not incredibly strong, I think the biggest thing they have to return to 2 points, probably lack of scene security and the two-shooter theory, because it's one of these things that people can't get past when they saw those two firearms in court. Did he actually wield both of those firearms, long arms that have to be shoulder fired, And was he able to employ them in that quick blink of an eye? Of course, that leaves the big question, doesn't it? Who was the second shooter? So that's going to be lingering in the jury's mind. That's going to be the area, I think, that where reasonable doubt will be planted.
Yeah, and we are all waiting here very anxiously for those closing arguments to start. And when they do, of course, we will bring you, our viewers, live into that courtroom to hear them. We're going to take a quick break, though, here at Law and Crime while we wait for those closing arguments. And after we come back from the break, if we're not live in court, we're going to be recapping some of the defense opening statements that were delivered to this jury. So stay tuned here at Law and Crime.
For the love of Cain, would they get on it? They've got to be at the courthouse by now. My gosh. Oh, just like that, they are. Hang on. I wouldn't want to piss off that dude with the sign that says justice coming soon. No. He means it. Dang. Or the cowboy. Sheila said, I can't believe Griffin is doing the closing for the defense. He's been getting pretty moody lately. He's kind of like acting like he don't want to be there any longer. He's in a sour mood.
again, I hold that that's prosecution's strongest bit of evidence, and that you have to couple that with what prosecution did with financial crime. Remember, they were setting the table for this. Imran, the idea that he was being deceptive all the way along, and a lot of people made much of this, and it did get a bit tedious. I think they went quite long in that line. However, they're trying to establish that he is dishonest, and then you go back to the narrative that he has put forward relative to placement. His time there. We have his voice, and that's going to be a very hard hill for them to climb to get past. The other stuff that we've discussed relative to scene security, collection of evidence, and that sort of thing. That's going to be an additive, I think, if they kind of hone in on that. And he didn't really address that in opening. That's something that's kind of bubbled up over this period of time. I'm wondering if that's having an effect. You made that comment about had they proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I think going in, many people felt like that they were going to be able to. I think some questions have arisen though, and that could play in.
Yeah. And I have Matt back with us. So Matt, I definitely want to get your perspective on the defense opening statement that we saw there and how things have played out at trial and what we expect to hear from the defense in their closings. Now, Alec Murdaugh took the stand in his own defense. Of course, that is a defendant's right to do so. And we as attorneys may counsel that defendant not to testify all we want, but if they insist on it, that is their constitutional right to do so. Matt, I want to get your take. Do you think that Alec Murdaugh, by taking the stand, now that we are here on the sort of precipice of closing arguments in court, do you think that his testimony will ultimately hurt him or help him as we wait for the conclusion with closing arguments?
My opinion is that it didn't help him. It hurt him. I think once that it was revealed that his voice was on that video, he had to take the witness stand to admit that he was there. And so that decision, I think, had to be made to do that. I don't think he helped himself by his testimony. I think the prosecution's strategy was very effective, and that was basically let him talk, give him enough rope to hang himself. And I think the more he rambled on, the more the prosecution liked it. And in fact, there were points where they would say, well, is there anything else that you want to say, Mr. Murdaugh? So his testimony, it had to be presented because of that issue of him being present on the video. But in the long run, I don't think it did him any favors in this case.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, great analysis. We're going to take a quick break here at Law and Crime. We are on summation watch, as I like to say. We are waiting for closing arguments to begin in the courtroom down in South Carolina. I keep checking the feed there. I don't see anything yet, but as soon as things happen and there's some action in that courtroom, we're going to take you live into court here, covering the trial of Alec Murdaugh. Stay tuned at Law and Crime.
By the time they get done with their country drive and they show back up, it'll be lunchtime. Crazy. Gino said, crime family. They are. To be quite honest, Alex is the best of them. Court K in here said, so y'all just think they're a family of murderers? Well, going back to the early 1900s, it seems they've had a lot going on, Court K. Real quick, our friend Aggie is back in chat. She's been very ill. She's been in the hospital. I've put a few updates in the Facebook group. She just popped in and I got tears in my eyes. Welcome back, Aggie. I'm so happy you're here. Let's see what News Nation is saying about the field trip. I wonder if they packed a lunch, brought peanuts, how that worked out for them.
Testimony in the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial. It's been so intense the past several days. Jury deliberations could start as early as today. And here's the interesting point of what happens this particular day. Jurors are going to go to the Moselle property where Maggie and Paul Murdaugh were gunned down. And we understand the property's dog kennels are the focus. While they're on the trip, they're not allowed to talk to each other. We're joined right now by body language expert and jury consultant Susan Constantine. So the fact that they can't talk to each other, they really haven't been able to talk at all during the course of this proceeding. But what do you think is going to come out of this trip?
Well, this is the sensory or the visual tour. So they've been hearing evidence now for 3 weeks.
Oh my God. I had to look twice when that woman started talking. I thought it was freaking Jennifer Coffindaffer. I'm like, what? Not on this too. Okay, it's not Jennifer Coffindaffer. We're good. We're good. We're good. Freaked me out.
Sensory or the visual tour. So they've been hearing evidence now for 3 weeks. And every one of those jurors have collected in their own minds what is really important for them to know and to be able to get some answers to it. So for right now, what they're going to be doing is taking a tour on the residence there, getting a feel for the environment, the smell, where the alleged murders took place, the distance between the different areas. And so they'll have kind of an overview, a real strong feeling about the actual environment. This is going to be really important because I call this a visual journey and a sensory journey. So now they've learned a lot about the law. They've heard about the experts. Now it's time for them to get on with boots on the ground and be able to walk the property and feel and to actually start to put the pieces together.
And it might go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, what I was going to say is when a juror, or I mean, this is so rare for them to take this kind of a trip to a property where a crime was committed. But when they do, do you think that it's normal for them to kind of go with their gut? Like, do you think that some of the jurors are going to go there and they're going to finally be settled about what the verdict should be? Because
she says it's really rare. And I mean, it is. Hello, Allison. But do y'all remember back in the day, the OJ trial? I thought the jurors were going to move into OJ's mansion. They couldn't run their asses out of there. They were in the damn house all day long.
And we are following the Murdaugh family murder trial this morning. Both sides rested yesterday afternoon, and we're waiting to jump live back into that Walterboro, South Carolina courtroom to hear closing arguments. While we wait for those closing arguments, we're going to take a look back at some of the most important moments from the trial. And that leads me to the testimony of the defendant's surviving son, Buster Murdaugh. Let's take a look.
Were you sued?
Yes, sir.
Was your dad sued?
He was.
Was your mother sued?
Her estate became sued.
But before she was murdered, had she been sued?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
Maybe.
And do you know if Paul had been sued?
No, I don't know that he had been sued.
Okay. What was your mother anxious about the civil lawsuit?
Yes, sir.
What was her biggest concern?
I would say her biggest concern was reading articles after, Mark Tinsley had made a statement about how much money he was wanting to collect in the civil lawsuits. And I think it was to the tune of like $40 million or something like that. He was trying to get, and that made her anxious.
And what was your reaction to statements like that?
Well, I mean, I knew what he was saying, but I mean, it's not, to me, it just didn't seem, I didn't think, well, I don't have $40 million, so.
All right. And And was your dad anxious about the lawsuit, to your knowledge?
Mm, he didn't appear to be overly anxious about it.
What took priority, the criminal case against Paul or the civil case?
The criminal case.
Right. And did the family support Paul in the criminal matter?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean that supported him in his criminal case because, amongst the family, none of us thought that he was driving the boat. We thought he'd been.
At the time of the accident.
That's correct.
And then on June the 7th, we went through a host of number of telephone calls with you and your dad and mom leading up to 9:08, 9:10 on June 7th. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
What'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone. And so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute, and I was in shock. But eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2:00 in the morning.
Okay, so Buster Murdaugh testifying on the defense case in favor of his father. Let's bring in Joseph Scott Morgan and Matt Mangino to break this down. While we wait for closing arguments, we're all anticipating and anxious for those closing arguments to start. But let's talk about this testimony first. So Matt, I want to start with you. We saw the name of Buster Murdaugh on the defense witness list when the trial was starting. And of course, you could put someone on a witness list. You don't necessarily have to call that witness. But this was one of the first witnesses, if not the first, that the defense called on their case. What did you think of his testimony? And how do you think the jury now, inching towards those closing arguments, are going to ultimately take his testimony when they deliberate?
Well, Imran, there was no real substance to Buster's testimony. The only reason I think he was called as a witness to show that, in fact, he supports his father and that he still has a close and loving relationship with his father, and that he would testify on behalf of him. I think that goes along with the defense trying to show that, hey, he was a loving father and a loving husband, and there was nothing that indicated anything different prior to these murders. And this motive that he murdered his wife and his son to get sympathy because of the other criminal activity he was involved in is just a kind of a bridge too far. I think that's what they're going to argue. You're going to kill your wife and your son so that you get sympathy in regard to other criminal activity that you were involved in. It's not going to make that criminal activity go away. It's not going to make those investigations necessarily go away. In fact, it started some of these investigations. So I think they're going to pound away with the motive that the prosecution has presented to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, just doesn't add up.
Yeah, and Joseph, the sort of psychology behind it. Now, this Buster Murdaugh's testifying for his father, but he also lost his mother and his brother. So do you think the jury's going to look at that and think, all right, well, he testified for Alec Murdaugh, he's supporting him. How do you think they're going to digest that at the end of the day?
Hard to tell. When you compare his testimony to even former law associates who were very emotional in the course of their examinations, and I guess Alec too. He's kind of flat. I don't know that he was a very impressive witness. And to Matt's point, I don't really understand what his purpose was, other than these kind of familial ties. To demonstrate that that Murdaugh had a family.
Yeah,
so that's about all you can make of.
Joseph Scott Morgan, Matt Mangino, thanks for joining me today. We have not thrown into court during my show. Linda Kenny Bodden is coming up next. That's her job, probably. Let's take a break here to the next show. Thank you for joining me here at Law and Crime.
They take more friggin' breaks on that show. My God. I think it's for old boy to go to the coffee pot if you really want to know the truth. Something's going on there. I mean, they are taking tons and tons of breaks. What is going on? Oh, I don't know. I got to get back to what we were looking at. Hang on. Good God, every time I turned around, they're taking a freaking break.
Hi, everyone. I'm Diane Brady. I'm here with Bill Nettles, who is a lawyer and former U.S. attorney for the District of South Carolina. We are talking about the Murdaugh trial. Bill, welcome. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
How big a deal was this firm, PMPED, the storied multi-generational Murdaugh firm that's now dissolved and I think apparently reformulated?
Right. It depends on your perspective, right? I mean, if you lived in, Hampton County or Colleton County, and to a lesser extent, Beaufort County, they were a big deal. But frankly, outside of that 3-county area, they weren't a big deal. I mean, and certainly not regionally. I mean, so, they were the proverbial big fish in a small pond.
Now, they were known for a lot of civil litigation, and I'm curious what the idiosyncrasies of South Carolina. For example, the fact that you could have, if a company did business in that county, you could essentially sue in that county even if the injury didn't take place there. Is that right?
That's right. So, and thankfully, the court has taken steps to and the legislature to temper that. But yeah, I mean, it used to be that you could, if a company had a presence in Hampton County and then, something happened, an injury happened someplace else in the state, you could bring it to Hampton County, which worked really well for that firm for a while. But, what ultimately wound up happening was, the business community got wise to that. And so what you wound up having happen was industry would not come to that county. And as a matter of fact, industry left that county. And so, while it was wonderful for the law firm, that law firm had a huge negative economic impact on a county that, was struggling economically and was only made worse by that law firm because companies just wouldn't come to the county for fear that if something happened in the upstate, they were going to get drug over there and get sued in a county where, the law.
Mr. Waters. So bring the jury. All right, you may bring the jury.
The jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you. Let's wait till everyone gets settled. All right, welcome again, once again. Day number 27. And you have heard all of the testimony, received all of the evidence. You've visited the scene of the alleged crimes. And now it's time for closing arguments. First, by the state, Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning. It's been a long trial, hasn't it? On June 7th, 2021, at the Moselle property in Colleton County, Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh were brutally and maliciously murdered at the kennels by Alec Murdaugh. Paul, as you know, suffered 2 shotgun blasts. Maggie suffered 5 blackout rifle wounds. And after an exhaustive investigation, there is only one person who had the motive, who had the means, who had the opportunity to commit these crimes, and also whose guilty conduct after these crimes betrays him. The defendant was the one person who was living a lie. The defendant is the person on which a storm was descending, and the defendant is a person where his own storm would actually mean consequences for Maggie and Paul, and consequences for those who trusted him. And that person is the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh. I know this has been a long trial because it's a complicated case. And I'm not going to talk forever, I promise. But I am going to try to distill this down for you. And the first thing I want to do is set the stage. And to set the stage, we have to understand a little bit about Alec Murdaugh and who he was and who he is. He was a person of singular prominence and respect in this community. But he's also a person who's been able to avoid accountability for all of his life. While he was outwardly giving the illusion of wealth and a very lucrative law practice, some bad land deals and that sort of thing, exacerbated by the economic recession, led to some financial problems. And then he had some big cases in the early 2011, 2012. And all his partners, and you've heard testimony to this, thought that that had taken care of things. You've heard cases like the Thomas case and the Pinckney case and the Plower case and the Badger case. But the evidence that you've heard shows that the defendant became so addicted and so dependent on a velocity of money that the millions of dollars in legal fees that he was receiving was not enough. And so he started to steal. And how did he steal? He stole by billing personal expenses to the firm. He stole by stealing from his own family. You heard the testimony about the check he stole from his brother Randy. But then the main ways were 2 schemes that he developed. And the first one was to get checks made out from the client trust account to Palmetto State Bank, to fast talk the staff and fast talk the clients with those disbursements, and then take it to Palmetto State Bank, where his buddy Russell Lafitte would convert those and use those to pay personal expenses. And each time, until the end, it worked because the client was also getting a big check. And they were walking out of there thinking that everything had been fine when it was not. But then in 2015, he opened up the fake Forge account. And then all he had to do was get disbursements paid out to the Forge account. And once he did that, he would convert those to his personal use. And to do that, though, he also had to fast talk staff and fast talk clients. And that scheme continued up until everything fell apart in the end. The other thing you have to understand is during this time when he's earning millions of dollars and stealing millions of dollars, he's also borrowing millions of dollars from wherever he can. The bank, his law partners, his father, and it still wasn't enough. And this slow burn was continuing and continuing until the boat crash happened in February of 2019. And that changed everything. That set in motion things that were going to happen because of the criminal charges related to that case, as well as the civil charges related to that case. And in the aftermath of the boat case, things changed. the pace of his stealing increased. In fact, that's when he stole the money from Tony Satterfield that you heard from. Ultimately stole about $4.5 million between the Satterfields and others. And unlike other cases, Tony Satterfield, who was the son of his longtime housekeeper, he took all the money, took every bit of it. And that was coming to a head as we move into the spring of 2021, because there had been some publicity, and you heard from Tony Satterfield that he was, the defendant reached out in the spring of 2021 because there had been publicity and saying, hey, I'm still working on the case. Everything's fine. I'm still working on the case. It's good. But the reality is the defendant didn't have that money to pay it back. And he had one saving grace, because as you've heard, they don't get paid until the end of the year. And his saving grace was the Ferris case, which they tried in December. They get the verdict and get paid in March. And that's when he convinces Chris Wilson to send those $792,000 of fees to him. But the problem is that only lasted for about 2 months. $792,000 only lasted for about 2 months. And then he's running out of money again. Meanwhile, you've heard in the boat case that Mark Tinsley was seeking to get a large personal recovery from Alec Murdaugh of $10 million because he thought, as many people did, that he was wealthy and had a lot of money. And when they said he didn't, he filed a motion to compel. And you've heard testimony about whether or not that had been granted, but it doesn't change the fact that that's what Mark Tinsley was seeking to do. And that boat case hearing had been scheduled for June 10th. In May of 2021, as we move into June, that's when Alec's own paralegal got the expense check for the Ferris case, but not the fee check, and tried to raise that to Alec and couldn't get a straight answer, tried to raise it to Chris Wilson and couldn't get a straight answer, to his office. And so goes to Jeannie Seconder, and Jeannie Seconder goes to the partners, and they can't get an answer about that either. And they want an answer to that because they're worried, because Alec has been talking about structuring fees, and they're worried he may be trying to hide assets because of the boat case, and they don't want to be a part of that. All of these things are coming to a head, and his finances are falling apart. And you heard from the banker there. You heard where his finances were at on June 7th, 2021. And you saw what happened in the wake of that. Within a short period of time, he was negative $347,000. On June 7th, 2021, he was in the office. He was working on the boat case, working on those financial disclosures, when Jeannie Seconder came in and confronted him about those fees that he no longer had and couldn't pay back. And on June 7th, 2021, and he tells this to Jeannie Seconder, his father, Randolph, is having a very difficult time. And while they might have said it was some positive news, the reality is that he was very, very sick. And he had always been someone that the defendant could go to, that he could borrow money from. And so that pressure is happening as well. And on June 7th, 2021, as all these pressures were mounting, the defendant killed Maggie and Paul. And how do we know that? We're going to talk in detail about that. But the timeline puts him there. The forensic timeline puts him there. The use of his family weapons corroborates that. And his lies and guilty actions afterwards confirms it. And we'll go over each of those in great detail. Before we get to that, though, I want to finish out, because in the wake of this, everything changes. All those things that were coming to a head immediately go away. It's a different world now. They're not asking about the Ferris fees anymore. And you heard testimony to that. Mark Tinsley doesn't believe the case is going to have the same value anymore because the sympathies of the case have changed after this tragedy. And you heard that. And who would better understand that than Alec Murdaugh, who does the same work? The boat case hearing goes away, and everyone immediately rallies around Alec Murdaugh. And it worked because it allowed him to borrow $250,000 from Johnny Parker, his law partner, who of course wouldn't have loaned him that money if he knew what Alec was up to, and allowed him to go to Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 in an off-the-books loan that hadn't even been applied for, and to send that money to Chris Wilson and convince Chris Wilson to pay another $192,000 of his own money, and to send an email to the firm that everything was okay. And that made it another month or so until Lynette Griswold found that Ferris check in his office, and Jeannie Seconder looked up the forged accounts. What happened in the wake of that? What was the reaction of Alec Murdaugh? Within a day of September 3rd of him being forced to resign, his buddy Chris Wilson is trying to see him, comes and sees him on September 4th and confronts him about what he's been doing. And then within 2 hours, the side of the road happens. And Alec is a victim again. When accountability was at his door, he was a victim again. And he told a extremely detailed lie and went so far as to draw a composite sketch with the police of this assailant. And the accountability that had arrived at his doorstep again, he tried to get it to go away, and it worked for a little while. People thought, oh my gosh, what's happened here? Should we be suspicious of Alec anymore? But this time it fell apart a little quicker because his own brother figured out that he was trying to buy drugs, and the case fell apart very quickly. This is the setup for what we look at and what's going on. And it seems like a story that's far removed from most people's experience because it is. It is a different story like has never been seen before. But the reason is that he is a different man than the kind of stories that we've seen before. This is a different set of circumstances than we've seen before. And it's certainly easy to understand when you have a middle-aged man who's outwardly successful, who has a strong family legacy, who has a prominence in the community and a reputation, but is living a lie. Is living a lie. And that leads to and can lead to those pressures being overwhelming and actions like this happening. Husbands have been killing wives, unfortunately, for years, and husbands killing sons goes back as far as King Herod, probably further. When those pressures mount and someone becomes a family annihilator.
Now the computer input, please.
All right. We got to do a little law school. I'm certainly not a professor, but We need to go through a few of the concepts here. And one of the most important concepts is the fundamental role, one of the fundamental roles while y'all are here. As the judge has told you, he's the judge of the law, but y'all are the judge of the facts. And what does judge of the facts mean? Well, a big part of that is that you determine credibility. You determine which witnesses you want to rely on or not rely on. You can rely on a part of a witness's testimony, all of a witness's testimony, one against many, many against one. It's up to each one of you individually to make that determinations and decisions, and then to collectively discuss those into a group decision. But credibility is important. Is it believable? Is what somebody's telling you believable? And there's many things you can consider in credibility, but a few of those are the demeanor of the witness on the witness stand, whether the witness has a reason to be biased, whether the testimony of the witness was contradicted on one hand or supported or corroborated on another, whether the witness has been dishonest in the past. And again, you can believe witnesses all against one against others, and you can believe portions of a witness's testimony as you see fit. Same thing goes for experts. Expert is a legal determination that allows them to give an opinion. Just because someone's qualified as an expert doesn't mean that you have to accept their opinion. You can judge that based on your assessment of the credibility and the relevance and the believability of that testimony. There's nothing different about that when someone's an expert. Beyond a reasonable doubt, I talked about this at the beginning of the case, and it's our burden. It's a burden we welcome. It's how this system works, that we have to prove the guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And what is a reasonable doubt? A reasonable doubt is a doubt that makes a reasonable, honest, sincere juror hesitate to act. It's proof that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely on in their affairs. But a reasonable doubt is not and leaves you firmly convinced of the guilt of the defendant, but it doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt. It doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt. I used to try a case against a defense attorney, and he would pull up a picture or something. Right here, I have the Mona Lisa. And he would tear off a piece like that and say, ladies and gentlemen, that's reasonable doubt. And my response to that is, you still know what this is, right? You still know what it is. And that's reasonable doubt, okay? If you still know what it is and you're firmly convinced, then it's your duty under the oath that you've taken as the law, as the judge will give you the law to convict the defendant. Direct and circumstantial. Directly proves the existence of the fact, and circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of that fact. And we talked a little bit about that at the beginning. Sometimes people in common discussions will say, oh, the case is just circumstantial. But the law says that doesn't matter. The circumstantial evidence can be just as good as direct evidence. It is just as good. It makes no distinction between that, and the judge will charge you on that. There's no greater degree of certainty required of circumstantial evidence than of direct evidence. The circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the defendant. And I gave you all an illustration at the beginning. I'm not going to redo the whole thing, but about being inside. And you go outside and it starts raining, and you know it's raining, okay, because you got direct evidence, you're getting wet. But if you go inside and you're in a closed room and all of a sudden it gets dark and you hear thunder and you hear the wind rustling and you hear the rain coming down on top of the roof, and then after an hour or so you go outside and the sun's shining, but there's limbs all down in the yard, and it's wet as far as the eye can see, and there are puddles in the yard and puddles in the driveway. Is there any reasonable doubt what happened, that it rained? Now, again, I'll say it again. Supposedly, I guess somebody could have sprayed the whole neighborhood with a hose and blown a fan to blow the wind down, or blow the limbs down, simulate winds, but that's not a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. Circumstantial evidence can be just as strong as direct evidence, it is just as strong. The law makes no distinction just because it's circumstantial. All right, let's talk about murder. Murder is the willful killing of someone with malice aforethought. It's the unlawful and willful killing of any person by one with malice aforethought. The crime of murder is really, as far as the elements go, fairly simple. The operative terms here, the most important terms are malice, which is the mental state that the person must have, and aforethought. But let's talk about those. What exactly do they mean? Malice, and it could be any of these. It can be the hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another, but it also can be the intentional doing of a wrongful act with an intent to inflict an injury under the circumstances that the law would infer an evil intent. It could be a general malignant recklessness of the lives and safety of others. It could be a wicked or depraved spirit intent on doing wrong. It could be using firearms, shotgun in a blackout to blow somebody away. That can be malice, ladies and gentlemen, if that's what you decide. A forethought sounds like it has to be planned, and certainly planning would account for a forethought, but it can maybe be conceived at the very moment, a split second, or in conjunction with the act. So a forethought doesn't require planning for that malice to occur. All it has to do is exist in the moment, just a split second or in the moment that the act occurs. So when that trigger is pulled, as long as there's that intentional doing of a wrongful act, intent to inflict an injury, there would be an evil intent, a malignant recklessness, which you can infer from the circumstances of the case, then that's all you need. And how do you do that? I said infer, because people don't always yell out what their intentions are. You have to infer it from the circumstances of the case itself. Look at the crime scene, look at what happened, look at the backstory, look at all the circumstances that come together, and you can infer malice from those. Last little bit of law school. Malice and drugs. Voluntary intoxication does not impair a person's ability to act with malice aforethought. That's a legal principle. If you voluntarily get intoxicated, it is not a defense to a crime, and it does not negate the malicious nature of that crime. If one voluntarily intoxicates themselves, they are just as responsible for their actions as when they are not intoxicated. And the judge, again, take what the law comes from the judge, but this is a legal principle that you will hear. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense to a crime. And why does the law say that? Well, you can't take whatever it is and deny responsibility for what you've done under the law. All right? I'm going to move through this quickly because we've already talked about it. And just for scheduling, I'm going to have to stop my argument so that we can all eat. And I'll give you all a chance to get away from this for a little bit. But I'm going to go ahead and go through some of this that we just talked about, but very quickly. Gathering storm in Alec's life. We talked about the family legacy. You heard of how important that was to him and how important that was to this family and how it was in danger because of the boat case. The criminal charges as well as the civil charges. That legacy was in danger. And it was threatening also to expose him for who he really was, which would totally destroy his part of that legacy. Lose his career, lose his bar license, face consequences like he's never seen. He's also a successful lawyer. and a part-time prosecutor. And as we go through and talk about the circumstances of this case and talk about the crime scene and the timeline and all the rest of it, think of it with that in mind. That this is an individual who is trained to understand how to put together cases, complex cases. He's been a prosecutor. He's done complex car wrecks. He understands the law. He's given closing arguments to juries before. So when you have a defendant like that, be thinking about whether or not this individual is constructing defenses and constructing alibis. Talked about his law practice. You've heard how lucrative it is. I had to struggle with him to get him to admit that he was wealthy, making more than $1 million a year. I'll let y'all decide whether or not that's wealthy, but he admitted ultimately that that was not uncommon for him to make that much money on top of stealing and borrowing on top of that. The important thing, though, to remember again, and I want to highlight this, is that they get, under the way that firm works, they get their money at the end of the year. And then it's up to them to make it last. And that's the big problem that he had. That's why he had to get the Ferris fees. He can't, if he's out of money in May, he's not going to, unless he can borrow it or steal it, he's out of luck. And the hounds were at the gate. All right, we talked about this. He's got, you heard, I think Jeannie described him as having intentional chaos. We had the land deals. He's servicing this huge debt load. He constantly needs new money coming in. And this has been going on for more than a decade, a constant hamster wheel. The stress and the pressure of that would be extreme because it's been going on for so long, always having to stay one step ahead of the game, always having to beg, literally beg, borrow, or steal for over a decade to have the truth from being exposed. That's been going on all that time. The big cases, his partners think he's straightened it out and paid off his debts, but he hadn't. He's getting paid millions of dollars, but he's stealing on top of that. It's not enough to keep that hamster wheel going. So he borrows and he steals. The methods I mentioned, you got the PSB checks, you got the fake forge, you got fake business expenses, running the firm card, and from his family and his law partners. Each one of these depends on him being able to sit down and look someone in the eye and convince them that what they're doing is right, when in reality that wasn't happening. And all those clients trusted him based on those. And we sat there and went through that, and it may have been exhausting, and I apologize for that, but he couldn't tell you about one conversation that he had that stuck with him. That's how easily it came to him. Is that relevant to your consideration of what he had to say to you? That's for y'all to decide. Couldn't name one conversation. Just had that same answer that he had rehearsed. And didn't want to talk about any of those individuals who trusted him, as he looked you in the eye and asked you to do the same. Down to the bottom. It's not just the clients, too. It's his staff. They're doing the paperwork. They're filling all that out. He had to fast talk them as well. Alex's situation, I think, is akin to a Ponzi. And a Ponzi's kind of like a pyramid scheme where it depends on new money coming in to pay old investors. And it works. It'll work for a long time as long as you can keep that money coming in. But the second you can't, the second that you're out of options, it crashes and burns. That's how every Ponzi crashes and burns. And that's the situation that fundamentally his finances were like. And that's the situation that was arriving in June of 2021, when he was at the scene
with the victims minutes before they died and lied to everyone who would listen about it. A gathering storm. The boat case, other factors that were arising, each one leading to that inevitable day of reckoning. You had the trial lawyers conference where he was confronted. Mark Tinsley was confronted by Alec. Alec, of course, denied it. Everybody's lying on Alec. Alec's telling you the truth, even though everyone who knew him had no idea who he was. Everyone. No one knew who he really was. The people who came in here and said we thought this about him, not a single person knew who he really was. That's how convincing he is. But he denies this confrontation. When Mark Tinsley was like, he bows up on Mark Tinsley. He's like, "What you doing, man, about the boat case?" And Mark says, "You're going to have to pay money to the Beach family, millions of dollars." Alec doesn't have that. He's barely one step ahead of the game at this point. He doesn't have insurance coverage anymore, or at least not a big umbrella policy. And why? Because his insurance company dropped him after the Satterfield case. Insurance company thinks the money went to the Satterfield boys, but it didn't. They don't know that he's stolen it all, but they don't want to insure him anymore. So he doesn't have that to help him pay the Beach case. And so what's the one hope he has? And that's the Ferris case. And it's tried, and you get a verdict in February of 2021, $792,000. And eventually, he tells Chris Wilson, "I'm going to structure those," which is a lie, and gets the fees sent to him in March. And is spent in 2 months. But the boat case isn't going away. Mark says, "Show us your books if you're telling me you're broke." I think his testimony was, they said that he could probably cobble together $1 million, which I guess that's broke for him, but it wasn't enough. And so they refuse, and that's what leads to the motion to compel. And there's been a lot of argument about, oh, is that going to be granted or not? Or the judge have granted it? What we do know is that Mark Tinsley said that's what he was seeking to do. And he was seeking to do it because he had been told by the defense that he didn't have money. So he's like, prove it. None of us believe that, knowing what we know about you in this community. Prove it. Well, Alec can't have anybody subpoenaing his financial records because it's all going to be apparent. That forged account is going to open right up. He can't have that happen. It will all end. He'll lose his career. He will lose his livelihood. He will face investigations and consequences like he's been able to avoid his entire life. But if he can just stay one step ahead, just 1 month longer, 1 day longer, then he's never going to have to face that accountability that he has to face. The hearing is scheduled for June 10th, 2021. And no one's here to argue to you that it's definitely going to be granted. All we're arguing to you is what the witnesses said they were intending to do. And as you've seen in court over the past 6 weeks, things happen and a process starts. And once that process starts, there's a conclusion to it. There's a conclusion to that. And then you heard from Tony Satterfield, who got up on the stand and talked about the fact that there was some coverage about this case as we move into the spring of 2021. And he hears from Alec, and Alec lies to him and says, yeah, we're hoping to get this case moving. And you saw the text message to that effect when the reality was that it had already been stolen. How's he going to pay that, ladies and gentlemen? That's millions of dollars. It's millions of dollars. And eventually, they're going to figure out that this money's already been paid. the insurance company thinks it's going in the right place. At some point, the question is going to get asked, and that alone is going to break everything apart. Ferris case, this is when his paralegal finds the expense check and not the fee check. And I've already told you this part of the story, and y'all have heard the testimony, but it sets off that inquiry from the second juror. So now we have this on top of everything else that we're mentioning. This is like nothing he's ever experienced. He's always been able to stay one step ahead of the game. But after the boat case, his appetite's increased greatly. He started stealing millions of dollars, and now he's running out of options, and all these factors are converging. All they're converging. And they're converging on 1 week, 1 day. And that arrives. His father's in the hospital. There's a confrontation with Jeannie. Alec tells her, manages to ward off the conversation by saying Mr. Randolph is terminal. He, of course, denies that, so I guess Jeannie's lying on him too. But that's what she says happened. He's working on the boat case. And then the tragedy happens. And it worked. It's not the only reason, but it's part of the reason. The pressures on this man were unbearable, and they were all reaching a crescendo the day his wife and son were murdered by him. All on that day. And in the wake of this, everything changes. People stop asking about these things. The community has changed like you would expect. People are concerned, they're scared, they're worried. And everything's changed. The backlash from the boat case has gone away, and all of that has changed. And that's why Mark Tinsley thought his case was over. This may seem like, really? But who would understand that better than him? This is exactly the kind of work he did. His skills as a lawyer were understanding the emotional value of a case, understanding the sympathies of a case. If you have a sympathetic plaintiff and an unsympathetic defendant, that is, in the civil world, that's a big case. But if those get reversed, if those change, if all of a sudden your defendant is more sympathetic, it changes it. It changes the entirety of what Mark Tinsley's position on this case was for the Beach family, that Alec was going to have to pay money. And that's what he told you from the stand. He said if Alec had been the victim of some unsuspect or some random vigilante, the entirety of the case has changed. And I'm not taking the same position. I'm not trying to demand that level of recovery. He gets the $750. Well, he gets 600 of it. Ultimately gets a $750 loan. He convinces Chris Wilson. That heads off to Ferris. That's pretty much the main thing he did after this, was to make sure he could get that money, enough of it to Chris Wilson so that he would send an email to the law firm saying, hey, everything's cool, I got it. It's all good. And that's what the law firm thought. It's the main thing he did in the wake of the murders of his wife and son, was he made sure to stay again one step ahead of the game because he had more time now. He had time he didn't have on June 7th, but he had it now. And that's the first thing he did. It's the first thing he did. It's the main thing he did, was keep the hamster wheel going. I know it seems like a lot, but you have to consider the unique circumstances of this particular man. This particular man who has proven over and over again that he will do anything to keep that hamster wheel going and to avoid accountability. And he's been doing it for over 10 years. He just finally reached a point that he had never reached before. Of course, the hearing on the motion to compel gets canceled. Who would go forward with that in the wake of what's happened? That goes away. It doesn't, I think you heard from the testimony up there, it doesn't get rescheduled till long after everything crashes and burns in September. Doesn't even get rescheduled in the wake of this. They don't have to worry about that either, and the potential that had for exposing who he was. Because the second somebody looks at his accounts, the second his own partner, Danny Henderson, looks at his accounts as in representing him and says, well, let me see him. He can't do that. He can't do that. He can't even show them to his own partner. Because what's going to happen? They're going to see it too. He can't let that happen. Or everything falls apart. And he loses everything, including that legacy that you heard from individuals up there is so important to him. More important than anything. I'm not going to go through all of this, but this is the timeline. And you can see and I'll let y'all look at that, but you can see how this develops, how this hamster wheel continues, how he always has to be one step ahead of the game. You know, we've talked about the Redbeard and the Zero United. Those are the land deals that went bad. They get charged off, but yet Palmetto State Bank, still dealing with him. He then appoints Russell Lafitte a conservator and borrows up to $1 million from the Plyler girls' accounts without their knowledge. And then he has to steal money from the Badger case, where he's already making a huge amount of legal fees. He has to steal money from the Badger case to pay off the Plyler girls before they turn 18. And then there's an accounting for that. And then he opens up the Forge account. And it continues. $338,000 from Deion Martin. Johnny Bush, Manuel Sanders, and Richard, $225,000. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. The only way to stay afloat is to beg, borrow, and steal. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. He steals some more money, but he's right back to where he was. March of 2018, he's now maxed out not only $1 million line of credit, but also a $600,000 line of credit. A line of credit, almost like a credit card, maxed out. Then the boat crash happens, and look what happens to the figures. $3.7 million, $1.1 million, $1 million. And then you have the double homicide. This is some of the exhibits. This is, as you recall, there'll be the statements, and they're in evidence showing the defendant's assets on June 7th, 2021, and the reds are his liabilities. That one's green, but it's negative. And then over here, that's where he was a couple months later. He borrowed $750,000 and still ended up $347,000 in the hole, which part of that had to cover. I think it was called the most generous overdraft policy ever conceived. Because, in fairness, though, he did get a $5 overdraft charge right there. So, anyway. All right, what else do we have? Because we talked about a lot of things about the finances, and I know that there's been a lot of that, but it's really the only way to understand all the things that were affecting this middle-aged, outwardly successful professional man who had all these pressures upon him, like no one had ever seen. Well, we've got the pills. He claims he's had a pill addiction for 20 years. What does he say about that? He says it makes him paranoid. He says it makes him agitated. He says opiates give him energy. Using common sense about that. But he also says, and he even said this in the telephone interview after the side of the road, that the withdrawals will make you do anything to get rid of them. That's common sense as well. We know how powerful opiates can be and how the addiction of opiates can be extremely powerful. The withdrawals, not being dope sick, can be extremely powerful. But he's also saying he's taking 1,000 milligrams a day. And he's trying to blame all his theft on that. But that's not what these records reflect. They reflect an insatiable desire for money in a hamster wheel that's been going on for a long time. And you don't really see the escalation from his drug dealer until March of 2021. I would ask you also, one of the tenets of juries is common sense. That's what you're here for, is for an individual and then a collective common sense. Common sense, 1,000 milligrams a day, does that sound survivable? He sat there on that stand and told you that's what he was taking. And as we're going to go through this process, we're going to talk about what he said on the stand and how many times on the fly that he looked you in your eyes and didn't tell you the truth. He's very good at it. His own partner said that. He's very, very good at it. I'll leave it to you to decide whether 1,000 milligrams a day is survivable with opiates. And if it was, that you could still engage in work, have a successful practice, and then on top of that, engage in these complex conspiracies to steal and fool everyone and live a life and have people outwardly think that you're, who you profess to be in public. If you were taking 1,000 milligrams a day, does that make common sense? I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't. I have no doubt that he was taking opiate pills. But I think he looked you, and I would submit to you to decide whether or not he looked you in the eye and claimed them out as inconsistent with whatever else we know about this man. It's really inconsistent with survivability as a matter of common sense. He can never function at the level he's been functioning, keeping up with these pressures, staying one step ahead for over a decade if he was taking that much dope. I would submit to you. Just one other lie that I would submit to you as a lie that he's trying to get you to believe, to feel sympathetic for him, as if the dope was the cause of the money and the cause of his issues, when the reality is it wasn't. This has been going on for a long time, and the finances prove differently. But what else about this? You've seen the interviews. We're going to play some clips of these interviews, but I'm not going to play them all for you again. You've watched them. But if you have any questions, go back and watch them. He talks about being paranoid. Listen, watch those interviews when he's with Dave Owen. He doesn't look like he's withdrawing from any drugs. His responses are appropriate. He's not in displaying any paranoia. He's smooth. He's focused on the events. He's focused on trying to get information about the case from law enforcement officers, which is interesting in its own right. Why is he so focused on that? And in Savannah, where supposedly he was detoxing, he sat down, as you've heard the testimony, with a composite sketch artist and went through the whole process to come out with this picture, which I swear is not me. How do you do that? How do you do that if you're on that much dope? So why did he tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Why did he look you in the eye and tell you that as he sat there on that stand trying to explain what was going on? It's interesting also that in one of the interviews with law enforcement, there were 3 interviews, June 8th, June 10th, and August 11th, before we get to the side of the road, that he mentions that Paul was a little detective. That's very interesting for him to mention that, because you heard from Marion Proctor, Maggie's sister, that Maggie called Paul that, the little detective, specifically in reference to Paul paying attention and trying to keep Alec from taking pills. Why would he bring that up? That's an interesting thing to bring up. because that was what that was in reference to. And what do we know? We know that in May, if we talk about all the pressures that are coming upon him, all these financial things that we've talked about, this exhausting hamster wheel that's been going on forever, the need to beg, borrow, and steal to stay one step ahead, and he's running out of options there. On top of that, we know in May that Paul sends a text to him saying, Mom found some pills, we need to talk. Mom found some pills and we need to talk. Another pressure from Paul and Maggie on him. And if you look at the texts, the weekend of the ball game on June the 7th, and those are in evidence, Alec is not at the game. And he's texting back and forth, and Maggie's like, don't come if you feel bad. And he's like, well, I think I can get a late checkout. And then he's like, at 1 o'clock, they made me leave. I'll submit to you, it's a reasonable inference they were on him at this time. They were watching him like a hawk. Opiates, the most powerful of withdrawals. And everything's coming to a head, including this as well. Run out of money, running out of options, doesn't get paid in any significant way until December, already stole the fares fees and spent that money in 2 months, has an expensive pill habit, and accountability and consequences will undo everything in his life, everything that is his self-identity, everything, the only things that he cares about. He doesn't care about lying to his partners and his family and his friends and his clients if it will delay accountability for him. He'll do it in a heartbeat. And all of that is about to be undone.
We had a good stopping point.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take 1 hour and 15 minutes for lunch. Please do not discuss the case. We'll be in recess, 1 hour and 15 minutes.
All right, what are y'all thinking? How do you think E for Effort did with his closing argument? He's not done yet. I'd have told those jurors to eat some peanuts on the van. Enough of this. An hour and 15 minutes? He does look tired. Shoot, they're trying to talk. Dang. All right, I'm going to look at something. I'm going to go back to when they read his murder charges, when they were actually talking about murder, before we had to hear about pills and bills. That's getting so old. It's like, we know he was on the dope. We know he stole money. I think they should have concentrated. I think to set it up, to make an understanding as to why he did this. Talk about the pills. I get it. Talk about his debt. I get it. I would have weighed in a lot more on the boat accident, because the boat is what really set him over the edge. Really set him over the edge, I think.
Thank you. Be seated. Good morning. Yes, sir, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, we are here today on the case of the state versus Richard Murdaugh. He has been indicted by the Colleton County Grand Jury on July 14th, 2022 for 4 charges. Those charges are 2022 GS 15-592. That charge is for the murder of Maggie Murdaugh. 2022 GS 15-593. That is for the murder of Paul Murdaugh. 2022 GS 15-594. That is possession of a firearm during commission of a violent crime for the murder of Maggie Murdaugh with a rifle. And 2022 GS 15-595. That is possession of a firearm during commission of a violent crime for the murder of Paul Murdaugh with a shotgun. Your Honor, I am right now serving a copy of the indictment on defense counsel. Obviously, Mr. Murdaugh is present in court and represented by his counsel, Dick Harpootlian and Jim Griffin. Your Honor, it's my understanding at this time that the defense would request a formal arraignment. So we need to conduct that procedure at this time, Your Honor.
Yeah. Mr. Harpootlian, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, it's my understanding that they do want the formal arraignment, but are waiving reading of the indictments. That's correct, Your Honor.
All right.
Richard Murdaugh, if that is your name, please raise your right hand. Do you waive reading of the indictments?
Yes, sir.
What say you, Richard Murdaugh? Are you guilty or not guilty of the felonies wherein you stand indicted?
Not guilty.
How shall you be tried?
By God and my country.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Very quickly, as we move forward, the first thing I need to point out is that Attorney General Alan Wilson, of course, has been very involved from the beginning of this case, providing leadership on this case. He's currently traveling today and understands the need to get this done, so it's permitted me and Mr. Zelenka to proceed with this matter. Also, very quickly, want to thank my SLED agents. We have Special Agent Dave Owen present, who's been one of the lead case agents on this. And I want to commend them on the long and arduous investigation over 13 months in which every possibility was considered before the evidence, as we explored every possibility, all came back to one person, and that is Murdaugh. I'm happy to detail some of our the defense has advised me that they are willing to consent to a no bond. So I will leave that to Your Honor's discretion, whether you wish me to go into some of the facts or if that take care of that matter. Once we get through bond, I do know that the defense and the state wish to discuss a few motions at this time as well, Your Honor.
Please, Court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir, Mr. Harpootlian.
Your Honor, we're consenting to no bond. He's, as you know, already has a $7 million bond he can't make. The further discussion of the alleged facts in this case in an open courtroom, we think continues to run the risk of polluting the jury pool, which in a moment, I think we can talk about a speedy trial in this matter, which will occur in this courtroom. So we don't believe there's any reason to go any factual background. He's agreeing to no bond. And so we can move into the more procedural motions that we have. And I think we actually worked out an agreement on all the motions. So if we could do that, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So, Your Honor, beg the court's indulgence.
And Your Honor, very quickly, I'm going to just add that we have, of course, consulted with the victims in this matter. Our victim advocate is present, and some of the victims, as my understanding, are joining through the remote procedure. I just wanted to make sure that was on the record. Well, Your Honor, there's a few motions I know that Mr. Harpootlian and I have discussed. One of the first motions that has been discussed is a gag order. The state has no objection to a gag order. Mr. Harpootlian discussed it with me, and we do agree that that would be appropriate in this matter, given the amount of media attention. This case, as I've been saying all along at various bond hearings along the way, needs to be tried in the courtroom, and so the state has no objection to that.
Your Honor, in addition to that, I believe we have an agreement that all discovery material furnished to us will be, even though this is not a statewide grand jury case, be subject to a confidentiality order, the same confidentiality order that they use in statewide grand jury cases. Am I correct about that?
Well, yes, Your Honor. And another aspect, while that would be appropriate, is much of the information that's been gathered in the statewide grand jury case, all of the 81 allegations of white-collar fraud and other crimes, drugs and the like that's been gathered against Mr. Murdaugh over the course of that long investigation. A lot of that provides the background and the motive for what happened on June 7th, 2021. So that evidence blends together, and it would be appropriate for there to be a global protective order protecting everything related to this case.
Secondly, we propose that all motions in this matter, either filed by the state or by us, be sealed and subject to a motion by either party to unseal it. But that rather than, again, I mean, we're put in a position of filing a motion on discovery to discuss what we've been given and what we haven't been given. And again, it's going to force us to disclose matters to the general public that we don't really want to discuss in public, because we're trying to get a fair trial for our client, not try it in the media, but try it in this courtroom. And I believe Mr. Waters agrees with that.
Your Honor, as long as there's obviously the opportunity upon appropriate showing for motions to be made public and for hearings to be public, then I think that is appropriate. I think we're not talking about hearings, we're talking about motions.
Correct. And hearings, to the extent that if there's something that needs, we can obviously discuss things in writing, submit them to Your Honor prior to the hearing, and not have those matters necessarily put on the record. But that's something down the line. So, Your Honor, we have an agreement as to confidentiality. We have an agreement as to filing matters under seal. And I think that takes care of that issue. Is that correct?
I mean, obviously, it's the judge's decision, but I believe we are in general agreement on those matters.
Your Honor, could I
Yes, sir.
move on to the next matter?
Well, let's address the matters thus far regarding a gag order. What's your understanding as to the parameters of a gag order, which is I typically disfavor? What's your understanding as to the parameters of a gag order?
Well, I think, in Your Honor, it would need to be somewhat limited. I think that obviously there needs to be the ability to advise the public of upcoming hearings. Obviously, we've talked about the ability to advise or to move to unseal motions. But I do think that extrajudicial comments to the press would be the limits of what I see, but that obviously any sort of, aside from notice and that sort of thing, but any sort of hearings that take place in court obviously are fair game.
And Your Honor, we would agree. We're talking about extrajudicial statements, and I'm not here, and I want to make it clear, there's no indication whatsoever that Mr. Waters has in any way made any extrajudicial statements prior to today. But anyone that reads this constant churning out there, it would appear somebody is. It's not him. As far as I know, none of his agents. But we want, if that's violated, we'd like to be able to come before the court and have the court inquire how this material fact got out to see if sanctions are necessary. So to be a gag order is to any extrajudicial statement.
So I have the parties prepare a proposed order that you all have consented to, proposed order for me to review regarding the gag order.
I will say this, Your Honor. Obviously, this case, and we all know, we can see what's all around us right now. This case has generated a lot of media attention. And again, the state wants very much this case to be tried fairly and appropriately in a court of law. I will say this, just because information does make it into the media does not mean that it necessarily came from law enforcement or prosecutorial sources. But I think that the state is in general agreement that we want to limit that so that, again, things are handled in front of Your Honor in court.
We'll prepare a proposed order and try to get to some, I'm sure we get agreement on that, and then submit it to Your Honor, hopefully by late this week, early next week.
All right, next, regarding sealing of motions.
Not all motions, but any motion which we believe we're discussing evidentiary materials. I mean, typically in a case like this, there'll be some concern about whether or not discovery obligations have been met. And we'd like to be able to not have to detail that in a motion that then is subject to being filed in the clerk of court's office and used by the media to talk about what the facts may or may not be.
I think Your Honor, if I could, the appropriate way to handle that is that if Mr. Harpootlian or the state files a motion and believes that it should be sealed, that they could file an accompanying motion to seal. And then that would just sort of preemptively seal it until the court could address that order at that
That's
time.
fine.
And
And that's the manner in which it's typically done, a motion and a motion to seal along with the motion.
I don't think we need local order with that. That
We
can
want
be
an
done,
advance copy before they file it. I mean,
Your Honor, maybe the easiest way to deal with this is if the state, and we'll do the same thing, if the state would agree to give us an advance copy of something we're getting ready to file, give us the ability to make that motion. And we'll do the same with you. We won't file anything without running it, giving you 48 hours at least, 48 business hours before we file something.
That's fair.
Just want it clearly understood that it's a public matter with a public trial, and certainly the matters that need to be sealed can be sealed to preserve the rights of all parties to a fair and impartial trial. And the court understands that, but at the same time, I want it clear that we will not have any private motion hearings. Public matters will be public.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
So we'll get your proposed order on that. Can I move on to the next one?
Yes, sir.
And that is, we filed a motion for speedy trial. We note that there are two terms here, one in October and one in November. And we'd like to go ahead and get this matter before the Colleton County jury as quickly as possible. Mr. Murdaugh does this for a number of reasons. One, as you've heard, he believes he's innocent, avers he's innocent. And two, he believes that the killer or killers are still at large, and this would allow us to put this behind him and go look for the real killers.
Your Honor, the state, as I've already stated, is willing and actually completely agreeable to moving this matter forward expeditiously. I'm hesitant to set a specific term already because there is a very extensive discovery and probably a number of matters that will be needed to address. That could work out. I just think it's a little premature to say definitely that's the term we should schedule it. However, the state is absolutely in favor. The evidence in this case is substantial, and it all points back to Alec Murdaugh. There's forensic evidence as well as all other evidence of his guilt of these murders. And so the state is ready and willing to move this matter forward as expeditiously as could be reasonably done.
And Your Honor, we understand that it's Mr. Waters' belief that the substantial evidence, both forensic and otherwise. Our response to that is he's wrong. And that's why a jury will sit in that jury box. Is it that jury box? That jury box. One of those, that's the grand jury box? No. Old-timey courthouse, I forget which side we go with, that jury box right there. Hopefully within 90 to 120 days, decide whether that is substantial evidence. Right now, there's an October term with Judge Mullen, and she's recused herself, and November term with Goldsmith, Brooks Goldsmith in Lancaster County. Those are already set. I don't know that we need to get into that today, but we are going to be pressing for a trial as quickly as possible. In that vein, last week we served a discovery motion on the state. They have 30 days under the rules to respond. This matter's been under investigation for a year and a half. It may be extensive, but it ought to be easily accessible, and we ought to be able to get that in 2.5 weeks and begin the process of going through it ourselves.
We've already provided them substantial discovery in the other matters, and we will certainly comply with our obligations. Your Honor, I think that once we start that process, and I know, and I agree that we need to move this matter forward expeditiously. What I don't want to have happen is for the defense to be screaming speedy trial on one hand and screaming about discovery on the other hand. This is a very aggressive timeline, which we're in favor of, but I think we need to see how things develop and find the most reasonable, expedited term we can. And I think we need to start this process for a few weeks and then make an assessment at that time of what is a reasonable term. That might be January. Obviously, Mr. Senator Harpootlian has his legislative obligations at that time.
Which I will waive. I will waive.
It seems like probably given the realistic expectations in this matter, that January would be a very aggressive and reasonable timeline.
And we may disagree on that. But Your Honor, I would point out, they spent over a year investigating this. They took it to a grand jury. They should have presented them with all the evidence that would have convinced that grand jury beyond a reasonable doubt. And so it's there, it's accessible. You ought to be able, I mean, most of it's electronic, I suspect. They could hit a button and spit it out. We're not going to argue about discovery because I assume they're going to give us everything that would be scientific, everything under Rule 5, everything under Brady. We're not going to have to fight about it. So we made a motion for speedy trial. I don't know that we need to, until Your Honor decides how to address that. There's no reason for us to draft an order on that. Is that correct?
As far as speedy trial?
Yeah.
I mean, again, I think we need to start the process, Your Honor, and then maybe reassess this matter in a few weeks.
Well, the defendant has a constitutional right to a speedy trial. That being said, however, I am totally unaware of the status of the docket here in Colleton County. I do not know if the solicitor's office for this circuit already has day certain trials scheduled or what other matters that currently exist that might be scheduled already or anticipated by, or whether a special term of court might become necessary to try this case.
And Your Honor, we talk to people. Apparently, there's no motion for speedy trial on any case pending in Colleton County right now. So we're the only ones to ask for one, if that makes a difference. And again, we understand it's totally within your discretion, not mine, not his. So we just want you to consider that. And again, I agree with Mr. Waters, it's not something we can rule on today. So thank you for some motion. Mr. Watterson. Your Honor, that resolves everything the defense has for today. Mr. Waters has got additional matters.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
Special Agent Owen, is there anything you would like to state pertaining to the matters here?
No, sir, not at this time.
Any victim input? Anyone wishes to address anything from the victim's perspective today?
We met with them yesterday. I've not been advised of any specific input.
Anything further then?
No, Your Honor, not to the defendant.
None from the state, Your Honor.
All right, the bond will therefore be denied, and matters discussed this morning will be addressed in written orders where necessary.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you all.
Imagine what was going through his head when the judge said, no bail, no bond for you. You show up looking like a Q-tip. I mean, my goodness, I bet he was so mad because he thought he was getting out. Jin said Bus probably hated Paw for messing with the money and the name. Oh, I have a feeling when that boat wreck happened and they tried to say that other dude was driving, and then they realized that old Paw could get 20 to 30 years, and then they thought, okay, we'll take care of that. We'll figure that out. We'll bring old Harpoolian up here. He's going to get us out of that. Then all of a sudden, here comes the lawsuit, and it would be enough to bankrupt the whole damn family. I mean, anything that wasn't bolted down, they were suing him for. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to look at some of that testimony because I really think the boat wreck was the tipping point. He didn't have any problem stealing from these settlements. He didn't have any problem with that. He would just, like they said, borrow from Peter to pay Paw. That's what he would do. And it had been going on since like the mid 2000s. He had a system. Going. But then they hear words like 30 million, 40 million, 20 to 30 years in jail for Paw. That was different. That was totally different. I'm going to look at a little bit of that testimony. Hang on. I'm going to refresh my memory.
It appeared from review of the records that there was an open claim when the policy came up for renewal, and that open claim was the Satterfield matter, and that it was Nautilus and I think Lloyd's of London, and they would not renew the policy. And so he had to then seek other coverage, and what he ended up was with Philadelphia, and it was a commercial hunting operation policy that contained very broad watercraft exclusion. So they even barred a negligent entrustment claim as it related to a watercraft.
And that Philadelphia policy depended on Moselle being considered as a commercial hunting lodge. Is that correct?
Not only Moselle, but the occurrence, in other words, whatever it is that causes there to be coverage had to arise out of a commercial operation, as I read the policy.
Realizing that as it related to Alec, specifically, was he essentially underinsured as it related to what the recovery you were seeking in this particular case?
Oh, absolutely.
Right. And what was your ultimate goal, though, in seeking recovery as it related to Alec in this case?
Well, it changed over time. And I mean, initially, I believed that the case would settle. I didn't see how people could ignore the significance of the loss, the public support of the community for the Beach family, and then the hue and cry as it related to the liability and the Murdaughs in particular. And so, you know, it changes over time, but the one consistency was to get the case resolved.
Okay. And did you make it clear to Alec's attorneys that you were seeking a personal recovery that he would have to pay as opposed to just accessing what insurance coverage was available?
Always.
And that was consistent all the way through, is that correct?
All the way through.
Were you making substantial demands to the defense that Alec pay a substantial recovery personally?
I think by most standards, and I don't want to seem crass when I say this, but the Beach family stood on the causeway for 8 days while their daughter's body was in the water. I don't know that there's any amount of money that somebody would willingly take to go through what they've gone through. But if you were asking a lawyer who does civil work, was I making a substantial demand in terms of a settlement? I think that most people would say yes.
In your assessment, did that come as a bit of or did the defense express to you surprise that you were seeking a personal recovery from Alec rather than just simply trying to access what insurance coverage he had?
Yeah, some people did. John Tiller was primarily handling the case for Alec, and I didn't get that from John, but I got it from a lot of people.
In August of 2019, is there a particular conference that those in your line of work go to?
It used to be called the Trial Lawyers Conference, but yeah, it's in Hilton Head, and I went in 2019 of August.
Did you see the defendant there?
I did.
And did you have a conversation with him about the boat case?
I did.
All right. Can you relate that conversation to the court, please?
Yeah. I think, I'm not 100% certain that it was a fundraiser either for Mr. Harpootlian or it was a fundraiser for Lindsey Graham. As you come into the hotel, there's a gathering area. It's in the evening before everyone goes to dinner, or it's immediately after. I'm not 100% certain. But the room's full of lawyers, and Alec sees me, and he comes across, and he gets up close in my face and says, "Hey, Bo, what's this I'm hearing about what you're saying? I thought we were friends." And I replied, "Alec, we are friends. If you don't think I can burn your house down and that I'm not doing everything and I'm not going to do everything, you're wrong. You need to settle this case."
Okay. And so what was the point of that conversation? What was, if you can explain to the court what y'all were talking about, what is Alec upset to as you understood it?
That he was going to have to pay was what he was hearing. That's what it was. That's what the point of it was. We're friends. I took it as he tried to intimidate me. He didn't intimidate me, and sort of bully me into backing off.
Was there a mediation in September of 2019?
There was no 20. September of 20.
Before we get there, we move into early March of 2020, and we probably all know the answer to this, but what happened in March of 2020 that kind of changed the world?
COVID, court shut down.
And did that have an effect on slowing down things in the court systems?
It definitely stopped the court system. We continued to take some depositions, primarily law enforcement. It was at the scene early on, and then ultimately, when everything finally shut down, I'm not sure if it's May or April, when then we were sort of confined to our offices.
Did you, during the course of COVID, take the opportunity to sort of present the case to a mock jury to get an idea of how that jury might respond?
I did.
And were the results very favorable for your client and not favorable for Alec?
They were.
Okay. Did you ultimately communicate that fact to the defense?
I did.
Had you come into possession of some social media videos that you believe would be very advantageous to proving your case and achieving a large recovery?
I did. And I shared those with John Tiller.
Let me get something marked real quick. We'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 401, State's Exhibit 401, and see if you recognize that document.
I did. I do.
Right, and what is that document?
It's a screenshot of text messages between myself and Tabor Vox. Tabor is assisting me in the boat crash case.
All right. Could you turn the screen to me real quick, please? All right, there's a reference here at the top. They damn sure aren't a placeholder or venue defendant, but they were hoping so. And then you respond about not walking, just taking $500K and not walking away from someone who's judgment proof. Is that correct?
That's right.
And I'm sure the court is aware, but just very quickly, what's being said there about Alec not being just a placeholder or venue defendant?
Well, so there are a couple of things going on here. In October of 20, I filed a motion to compel. Alec said he was broke. He doesn't have any money. He may be able to cobble together some amount of money, but he's broke. And I didn't believe it. So I filed a motion to compel. And about a week after I'd filed that motion to compel, Danny Henderson, who again was Alec's personal lawyer, came to my partner, said he couldn't believe that we were going after Alec personally. It was a line in the sand that I'd crossed, a number of things like that. So that's what this conversation is about. And, by November, this is, I think, November of 2020, the Beach family, they want accountability. They want a pound of flesh, and whatever that's going to be, it's only going to be through a jury or through a substantial settlement.
All right, well, let me back up and we'll get to the motion to compel in a second. You mentioned that you had been told by the defense essentially that Alec had no money, correct?
He's broke.
Right. Did they say he could cobble together a certain amount?
Thought he could cobble together $1 million.
$1 million. And did you believe that that was accurate?
It couldn't have been.
All right. And why did you not believe that that was accurate?
Well, when you practice law, not necessarily with, meaning in the same case, but when you go to a roster meeting, if there were 50 cases on the roster in Hampton, Alec may have had 50 or 60 of those percent of those cases. And so they're actively being settled. I know that he's actively making money, and you just can't possibly be broke if you're making money, not the way he was making money. And then beyond that, I mean, my clients have known Alec and his family forever. And so their perspective is that there's generational wealth as well.
Did you, was $1 million going to be enough money from your client's perspective to settle this case?
It wasn't enough from my perspective.
Okay.
I can explain that if you want.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So one of the things that I didn't appreciate, that I came to appreciate by this point in time is that, and it may not make a whole lot of sense, but if I told a lawyer who does what I do that I'd settled the case, there's a lot of speculation because I've had cases with the firm and members of the firm are my friends, that somehow there's a fix on. I think for a long time, Alec thought there was a fix on, that he was just a placeholder, a venue defendant. Right. And so if I told you I've settled the case, and then the next question would be, what did you settle it for? I said, well, I took the insurance company. If you knew what I know and what plaintiff's lawyers know, you'd think, well, there was a fix. The only reason I would take it is because there was a fix. I didn't see a substantial difference between that number and $1 million. And so I thought that if you told 10 lawyers who were knowledgeable about these kinds of matters, I took $1 million from Alec, who from everyone's perspective has lots of money, is making piles of money, they would think that it was a fix. So before we even get to what's a fair amount, what should you take? You know, the analogy I use with my clients is it's kind of like that show Deal or No Deal. You may have the $1 million suitcase, or you may have a zero suitcase. But it's not until there's a significant enough offer that you could do worse that you should settle a case, any case. And so at $1 million, it just wasn't, there wasn't any risk to them that would prompt me to recommend them to take it.
Did you make any sort of formal or informal offer to them that involved the real property as well as any sort of payment plan?
When I was told that Alec was broke, I offered him a payment plan. Sometimes when you settle cases, medical malpractice cases, for instance, with the JUA, they will make payments. I offered for him to sign over Moselle and the beach house, open his books to see that he was broke, and then work out a payment plan on the balance.
So when you say, okay, you say he's broke, I don't believe that. Show me the books to prove that. What was your response from Alec's defense?
Well, it was sort of stonewalling to begin with. I mean, ultimately, I got a formal response, which was an objection that prompted the motion to compel in October of 2020.
Let me get this marked real quick. Show you what's been marked as States 402. See if you recognize this document.
Yeah. So this is my motion to compel, which attaches Alec's responses to the interrogatories and requests for production.
All right. And when was this filed?
October 16th, 2020.
All right. All right, I'm going to put Exhibit B to this motion, your motion to compel, up on the screen and zoom it in a little bit. And in part, was this the objection to one of your supplemental interrogatories about what you're talking about opening the books?
Correct.
All right. And if you would, tell me what your interrogatory was asking for in number 1, please.
Well, in as broad terms as
Well, let's just read it real quick if we could, please.
all
Can you
right.
read that?
List all checking and or savings accounts, including credit union accounts, certificates of deposit, 401k accounts, SEP accounts, IRAs maintained by you individually and or jointly with any others, or any other accounts over which you had signature authority in any capacity, regardless of whether or not the account or accounts have been closed from February 2019 to present.
All right. And ultimately, what was the Alex defense's response to that, generally? You don't have to read that, but just tell me.
It was overly broad, unduly burdensome, and irrelevant.
Okay. And so ultimately, you filed a motion to compel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the idea was, if you say you're broke, show me the books, and they had refused to with the response to this interrogatory, as well as others. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. To your knowledge, when information was being gathered by the defendant in this particular case, let me ask you this, who were his attorneys in the boat case, Alex attorneys?
So his personal attorney, as I've said, was Danny Henderson, who is also a partner or shareholder with PMPED. Progressive had hired John Tiller, and John Tiller was a lawyer out of Charleston. He was mainly involved. At one point, there was Amy Bauer, who was an associate working with John Tiller, and then Elliot Condon. Ultimately, I think Amy left in February of 21, and by then I think Elliot Condon had been hired and was assisting John Tiller.
Okay. And Mr. Henderson is a partner in PMPED that was also actively helping Alec or representing Alec in this case. Is that correct?
He was.
And he's the one that initially had brought you the insurance coverages for Alec to get you a chance to look at them and see what might be available, correct?
That's right.
As this motion to compel gets filed, what, if anything, happened with the sort of the communications between your side and the defense side as we moved into the months following the filing of that motion to compel? We all already saw the one text. What else is going on as well?
Well, there's a lot of grumbling and sort of shock that I'm actually going to hold Alec personally responsible. Not so much with me, but like I mentioned, about a week after this, Danny Henderson contacts my partner. There were a number of times when Tabor Vox was contacted. And so nobody says anything directly to me in terms of that regard, but that's what's going on. It was said to them because they knew it would then be told to me.
When we look at the particular interrogatory right here that you have filed a motion to compel on, and what are you trying to get? What information are you trying to get with that interrogatory?
Well, you know, the way to, again, like I, in my example of the deal or no deal, I mean, what I'm trying to do is put pressure. He doesn't want me to have access to his accounts. At the time, I think it's because I'll see how much money he actually is making and how much he has. And so, you know, that's what I'm trying to do is put pressure on him to force him into a settlement. You don't want it disclosed. Here are the keys to the jail. You enter into an agreement and let's go settle the case.
In the event, though, he doesn't settle in response to this, what information are you trying to get?
Well, it's certainly not a number. It's certainly not Alec's estimation of what his net value is. I wanted the accounts because I knew that The only way that he could be broke is that money had been hidden. And so I was going to look for and trace or begin that process of doing that.
All right, and explain that to the court. When you say that you had knew that if he was, quote, broke, in your estimation, money had been hidden, and so therefore you were going to look for and trace that information. What do you mean by that? Why did you think money had been hidden?
Well, there wasn't any way he could be broke. I mean, I know he's actively settling cases. Some cases, big cases, some cases, small cases, but they stack up lots of cases. He's handling a lot of cases. So there's just no possibility that he could be broke by anyone's definition.
If ultimately, and we'll talk more about this in a minute, if ultimately you'd been successful in getting a list of the defendant's accounts, what would have been your next step once received?
Subpoenas.
Of those accounts?
To those institutions, yes.
Were you already aware that defendant had an account at the Bank of America?
I knew that he had a personal account with Bank of America. I knew he had an account with Palmetto State Bank. So I'm looking for the balance of accounts in terms of institutions and where else he had.
But you didn't know how many accounts or what those balances were or anything like that?
No, I had no idea. I knew he had multiple business entities. He had different LLCs. So I imagine there could be any combination of accounts out there, and some which would not have even been in his name.
After the motion to compel is filed, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 403 and see if you recognize that document.
Yes.
Tell me what that is.
Again, it's a screenshot of text messages between Tabor Vox and myself.
All right. Put this up on the screen. All right, if you would, got this up on the screen. So can you tell me what's going on? And again, this is in April of 2021. Is that correct?
It is.
And tell me what's going on with this conversation right here and how it relates to these issues.
Yeah. So in August of 20, I found out I had cancer. And by November, I knew how bad it was. And so in January, I went to I had stage 4 cancer, and I went to Florida from the end of January till April the 15th on my first round of treatment. So I'd just come back. Shortly before I was diagnosed with cancer, John Tiller was also diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And there's some degree of urgency between John Tiller and myself to finish this case. While I was in Florida, I think I failed to mention that Greg Parker's convenience store was also a defendant in the first case, but Greg Parker had done a number of things. And so before I leave, the issue is Greg Parker's moved to transfer venue to Beaufort County, which is where I had done the mock jury. The focus group was in Beaufort County. And while I'm in Florida, things have changed in terms of what he's done that have changed my perspective, because when I left, I intended to go to Beaufort. By the time I get back, I think I'm staying in Hampton. And so this conversation is, for the first time, I've said that I'm going to leave the case in Hampton. But if I think that Alec has fixed a jury, that he's done anything to affect the outcome of the trial, that I'm going to sue Paul and Maggie the next day in Beaufort.
And was that communicated to the defense?
Absolutely.
In the course of your investigation of this case, had you taken depositions of some of the officers who were involved in the investigation?
We did.
And at some point, was that some issues arose that were communicated to the state grand jury?
You're the one that tells me everything happens there is secret, so you tell me, but.
I'm asking you today.
But yes.
Ultimately, and while you were in Florida in March and April of 2021, to your understanding, had the state grand jury reached out to you for information that you had uncovered in your investigation of the investigation into the boat crash?
Correct. And specifically the handling of the criminal investigation by law enforcement.
The investigation into the investigation.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 404, 405, and 406 to your for this hearing, and see if you recognize those, please. Generally.
I do.
All right. And tell me what's going on here, please.
There were a number of motions pending in the boat crash case. They had been pending for some time. I mentioned one a moment ago, a motion to transfer venue. There were some motions to amend. And so Judge Hall had set those motions to be heard. My recollection is May the 10th, 2021. So I'm back now. I got a couple weeks to sort of get my wits about what's going on, and the motions are scheduled to be heard.
And that's May 11th, 2021.
It's either the 10th or my recollection is the 10th. I know the emails say something different, but and in the week before, I don't know that John Tiller always knew how many chemotherapy treatments he was going to get or how long they were going to last until almost immediately before. So on or about May the 7th, John knew that the day of our hearing, his chemotherapy was going to run long and he wouldn't be done. And he had asked the judge to continue the motions, including the motion to compel.
All right. And looking at, again, we're now looking at states 405. What was the judge's initial response to Mr. Tiller's request to have that hearing continued based on his chemotherapy?
That we were going forward as scheduled, and that it says Mr. Condon, but it meant Miss Condon would be able to handle it.
All right, looking at states 406, what happened after that?
Ultimately, what happened is, my recollection is I sent another email to the judge expressing that I really didn't have, they were mainly my motions. Parker's had some motions, but that I didn't have a problem with continuing to accommodate Mr. Tiller. And the judge finally set a status conference for, maybe it was May the 11th.
All right. Just said that initially Judge Hall did not want to continue the May 2021 hearing, saying that there was another lawyer for Alex's side that can handle it. correct?
Correct.
And then you kind of interceded and said that this would work, and so it was rescheduled. Is that correct?
After a status conference.
After
but
the status conference, it was rescheduled at that status conference?
it was rescheduled to June 10th.
June 10th? All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as stage 407 and stage 408. And just quickly tell me if you generally recognize those documents.
I do. One is an email from John Tiller saying that the judge's law clerk said that the judge would be sending a message telling us that the hearing was going to be rescheduled to June 10th. The other is the email from the law clerk.
All right, so the hearing that was initially in May that Judge Hall did not want to reschedule was rescheduled for June 10th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And ultimately, that would be to hear a number of things, but one of the most significant things would be your request for a list of all checking accounts from Alec, all identification of all accounts. Is that correct?
It is correct that that motion was going to be heard.
And ultimately, when the murders happened, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 408. What happened to that particular hearing that was scheduled that way?
It was continued.
All right. And is that what's reflected in this email right here?
It is.
And then Exhibit 407?
It is.
After the murders happened, let me ask you this. You've known Alec and have worked with him for a number of cases, is that correct?
I had not worked with Alec in a number of cases, but I've known him for a long time.
Okay, but you were generally familiar with him as a lawyer, is that right?
I was.
And what was your assessment of his skills as a plaintiff lawyer? What was he particularly good at?
He was particularly good at reading people, making people feel like they were the most important person in the room, and capitalizing on surprise with the defense. You have a case with Alec. He hasn't done anything. It's Monday morning of the roster. Maybe you expect it to be continued. And he says, I'm ready for trial. And so he leveraged a lot of settlements that way.
All right. Was he good at understanding the emotional and sympathetic aspects of plaintiff's work and tort work that can be so crucial in defining what recoveries can be in these types of cases?
Yeah, I think he was particularly good at reading people and knowing what made people tick.
You've testified that you had made it very clear to the defense throughout this time period that you were seeking a substantial personal recovery from Alec and had been told, well, he's broke, which you then responded, I don't believe that. Show me the books, correct?
Correct.
And that was what was on the table for June 10th, 2021, correct?
Among other things. But
Among
yes.
other things. But that's on the table, correct?
Correct.
After the murders happened, did that have any effect on your assessment of the case against Alec, and particularly as it relates to the sympathies and the emotion of the case, which can be so important to recovery?
Yes.
Explain that to the court then.
Well, initially, probably say the first week, there was the shock and horror of what had happened. And nobody really thought about anything other than that. But pretty quickly, I recognized that the case against Alec, if he were a victim of some vigilante, would in fact be over.
Would be over.
It would be over.
And explain just quickly to the court why that's the case.
Well, when you're asking for a money judgment, people have to be motivated to give you that money judgment. If you represent Attila the Hun versus some sweet old grandmother, nobody's going to give Attila the Hun money. they would give money to some sweet grandmother. So if Alec had been victimized by a vigilante, nobody would have brought a verdict back against Alec. And I had other defendants in the case. So I would have ended the case against Alec.
You would have ended the case against Alec with just.
You know, I probably, I mean, certainly there was $500,000 in insurance that was offered. I may have tried to see if he could cobble together the $1 million, but whatever the last offer would have been from Alec's side, that would have been the offer that we took.
You had mentioned before that you had advised the defense of some of the mock jury presentations that you had done and some of the results from that and how they were very favorable to your case. Is that correct?
The defense and some of Alec's partners, yes.
And it's fair to say, though, that as you just stated, that if Alec had been the victim of some sort of vigilante, those sympathies would have entirely changed as it related to Alec and Paul as well. Is that correct?
Certainly.
And that's led to what your assessment then in the wake of these murders. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you receive any call or any communication from the Satterfields about any recovery in the Gloria Satterfield death?
At some point, my recollection is it's early September of 21. Eric Harriet came to my office about that. There are a number of articles in the paper or the papers that are talking about this previous wrongful death case and wrongful death settlement. And he came to my office at that time.
All right. And did you send them to someone?
I sent him to Eric Bland.
Hold on for me 1 second. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
By the defense.
Good morning, Mr. Tinsel.
How are you?
You testified at length to the state grand jury, basically this similar testimony you're giving here today. Is that correct?
The testimony I gave today is included in what I said to the state grand jury, yes.
And it seems like the gist of this is that you were suing Alex Murdaugh, who you believed was underinsured for this incident, and you're going to go after his personal assets, and that was going to put some financial pressure on him. Is that correct?
Probably not exactly. I mean, I don't mean to quibble with you over the words you used, but I don't think it was financial pressure because I was holding him personally accountable. I was insisting that he pay. I didn't see how a payment plan on a settlement would put any pressure on Alec. It was sort of a deal that he couldn't turn down from where I sat.
But you were asking for money from him.
Sure.
Yeah. And the inquiry here today is about money, his finances, correct?
I don't think so, but it certainly concerns his money.
And you're anticipating you're going to go to trial, is that correct?
Yes.
You're going to go to trial and get a verdict against Alex Murdaugh, correct? That was what you thought. That's where this was going.
No, I mean, I didn't see how any reasonable person wouldn't settle the case, especially Alec. So I expected the case to settle. 90% of cases settle, maybe 99. But if we had to try it, yes, we were going to try it.
And if you were unable to offer more money, then your expectation on, say, on June 7th, before these murders, your expectation was if he doesn't offer more money, we're going to trial.
Any money.
Right.
It was no money. No money had been offered.
So your expectation then was we're going to trial.
If you offer me no money in a case that I'm pursuing against you, then the response is we are going to trial.
And you were pretty far from trial on June 7th, 2021, were you not?
No.
You believe you were close to taking it to trial?
There was an urgency because John Tiller knew that he had about a year to live. And we were going to try that case. My expectation was early fall, late summer.
You expected to try the boat case in the summer of 2020, late summer of 2021?
August, September, October, sometime in that time.
You felt like you were only 2 or 3 months away from trial?
Sure.
Even though we had all these pending motions that hadn't even been heard, including what venue to have?
I had tried the case 2 times with a Beaufort jury during COVID. I was ready to go to trial.
On that day, on June 7th, you hadn't even yet asserted a negligent entrustment claim against Alex, had you?
Well, I had with John Tiller. John Tiller knew and had agreed to the amendment. There were a number of things that Alex counsel had agreed to, including knowing that there was substantial punitive evidence in the case.
But you, at that time, you hadn't even asserted that claim to the court. That wasn't before the court, was it? That was just a conversation with John Tiller.
That's the conversation that mattered, because John Tiller would be the one who would object to the late presentation of the evidence, the late presentation of an expert, and he had agreed to all those things.
But he had objected to the financial discovery you asked for.
Well, there was an objection posed, correct?
But he did object to that.
When that answer was given in October or September of 20, it was an objection.
And the hearing that motion to compel the financial detail, the testimonies, that's just one of many motions that needed to be heard. Is that correct?
Correct.
There are many motions that had piled up and needed to be heard.
There were several.
There were several. Do you remember what they all were?
There was a motion to change venue. There was a motion to compel against Parker's. There was, Parker's had 1 or 2 motions. Some of the motions got resolved. One of which was this motion to assert admiralty in the case, and with the agreement that I would amend to assert your negligent entrustment claim, to get in all of the evidence that they knew I had. That was resolved that way.
You've had a lot of motions practice in this case with Parker's, haven't you?
More so since the murder.
But has that motions practice with Parker's been about the murders of Maggie and Paul?
Well, I mean, it's about it in the sense that that it certainly created a lot of additional issues to deal with, but not specifically.
There was a lot of motion practice about allegations of leaking of video from mediation, for example, correct?
I don't know about a lot, but I had filed a motion that I ultimately withdrew.
And you believe that you were going to drag Parker's to a trial within 2 or 3 months, late summer of June 7th, even though we have all these fairly preliminary motions that haven't been heard, change of venue, asking to amend pleadings, motions to compel discovery.
Yeah, maybe you've never tried a civil case. So when COVID happened and everything was shut down for 2 months, I got my case together. My case is not dependent on, if I'm forced to try it, the bank institutions where he has accounts. My case is not dependent on the leaked video. That's a separate matter, and ended up being a separate lawsuit. So the answer is yes. I was ready to try my case.
And you didn't need, for example, an answer on the motion to compel that was pending against Parker's. You didn't actually need any of that stuff to go to trial against Parker's. Is that what you're saying?
You're talking about the percentage of financials, percentage of sales that alcohol made up in his profits? No, I didn't need that.
Well, let's put that up.
I wanted it, but I didn't need it.
Show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 82. You recognize that?
It appears to be my motion to compel against Greg Parker's company.
Pull up 82, please. And this is the document on the screen that I've handed to you. So we have, it's not just buried in here is some request for financial information, but you're requesting answers to request for production 3, request for production 11, request for production 16, request for production 17, which is financial information, request for production 18, request for production 19, request for production 20, request for production 22, request interrogatory number 5, interrogatory number 8, interrogatory number 9, interrogatory number 10, interrogatory number 12, interrogatory number 13, interrogatory number 15, interrogatory number 18. It seems like it's quite a bit of discovery you're demanding from Parker's in this motion.
Which I would have had the answer to on June 10th.
So you didn't-
Either I was getting it or I wasn't getting it, but my case wasn't dependent on these things. They may have helped my case. They may have put pressure on Parker's camp like I was trying to put pressure on Alec, but the trial wasn't dependent on these things.
And turning to the motion to compel Alex, first, do you believe that the Judge Hall's initial request in May to go forward with pending motion hearings was telegraphing a ruling on that specific motion, or do you believe that that was him looking at these motions piling up and wanting to get some movement?
Yeah, I think so. There's nobody in the courtroom, maybe even including me, that wants the case resolved more than Judge Hall.
And when the late Mr. Tiller asked for a continuance, you don't believe that was any kind of stalling tactic, do you?
No.
That was a legitimate health-based concern.
And if you read my emails, you would see that I immediately agreed to it. John Tiller was my friend.
With regards to what you're asking for from Alex, let's maybe pull that up. I believe the state has already marked this as an exhibit, but this is the motion to compel. Can we pull up 80, please? It's already been shown to you, but I'll show you when it's been marked as 80 for your reference. So this is asking for an order compelling production on interrogatories 9 and 10, and then a set of supplemental interrogatories and supplemental requests for production. Is that correct?
It is.
And if we turn to
and 9 and 10 are important as well. We didn't cover that, but I'm happy to speak to 9 and 10 because, 9 and 10 asked Alec about.
Sir, no one's asked you about that.
Okay.
And we'll get to it, but first let's turn to answers to first supplemental interrogatories. This is the first page of Exhibit B. so we can see what it is that is being asked for.
There's no D in mine, I'm sorry.
B.
Oh,
Exhibit
B?
B. It's the first page of what's Exhibit B in here. It's right there. That's it. It's the first page after the motion, so it'd be page 9 of the PDF.
They're not
So
numbered, but
Mr. Waters asked you about this list of all checking, savings accounts, retirement accounts. And then you don't have to highlight or expand this stuff. All stock, and then number 2, all stock certificates, and we go to the next page. All property and interest of property of every kind whatsoever, from February 24, 2019 forward. All life insurance policies, 4 or 5, all personal financial statements submitted to any bank, etc. Profit sharing plans, pension plans, etc. Doesn't this look like supplemental discovery after you get a judgment? Supplemental proceedings?
I never had been involved in supplemental proceedings, so no, I don't think so. This is what my people needed answers to before they would agree to take anything that Alec would have offered.
In tort cases against individuals, in this case, a negligence in entrusting a boat and in an alcohol-related incident, before there's even motions for summary judgment, before there's any consideration of whether a case has been made for punitive damages, do you typically get this level of financial discovery of defendants?
I think so. I think the judge ultimately agreed to give it to him.
He agreed to give it to you?
Sure.
But I thought the hearing didn't happen.
Well, you thought wrong. There's a lot of papers, so maybe you got confused.
He granted this motion?
I think so. You want to see the order?
Yeah.
It's the record, October 7th, 2021.
And correct me if I'm wrong, what you've highlighted here is that Mr. Tiller, because of circumstances beyond his control, unable to gather, provide necessary information, answer requested interrogatories. Once the information is made available to Attorney Tiller, the court will schedule a hearing.
If necessary. You forgot the last part.
If necessary. The court will schedule a hearing if necessary.
Which means
if Mr. Tiller, the attorney on the case, can from his own client get the information. This is no way says that the court granted this motion, does it, sir?
Only to you, I think. I mean, it's clear that John said that Alec was unavailable because he was in rehab at the time. He couldn't get the material. He's going to get the material, and the judge ordered you get the material. And if we need to schedule a hearing because you don't have the answers that you want, Mr. Tinsley, then we'll reschedule the hearing.
I mean, this is an order that says the court will schedule a hearing on this motion to compel if necessary. It's not granting the motion to compel, sir, is it?
Oh, I think so. I think if he was just going to deny it as you suggest, then it would have just said denied, or it's
granted,
premature.
Would he say granted?
Well, I think that's what it says. It's a practical matter when parties have discovery motions. Oftentimes, like Alec has in his own statement said he was working on getting the answers. The reason is you give the answers because you don't want to face what could happen in the argument with the judge. So my point is that if the judge were going to say it's premature, you're not going to get it, it's denied, any of the things you suggested in your motion, he would have said that. That's not what he did. That's not what happened.
Which is October 6, 2021. You asked for financial information in the motion that was pending against Parker's that was also going to be heard on June 10th.
It was different and for different reasons.
You asked for alcohol sales, correct?
What I explained to Judge Hall is that they say he's broke. And before
No, sir. I'm asking what you asked for from Parker's. I'm pretty sure that wasn't, they say he's broke. What were you asking for from Parker's?
I asked for, among other things, the percent of alcohol sales that made up his net profit, I believe.
And this was like a dram shop action against Parker's, correct? They sold the alcohol.
Like a dram shop action, yes.
Okay. And did you get a ruling on that? That request for that financial information from Parker's that was going to be heard on that June 10th day, just along with all these other motions that had piled up in a case that apparently wasn't moving very
Well,
quickly.
I understand you don't want to acknowledge what I've handed you, but.
Sir, I asked you what the ruling was on the motion.
Well, it
compelled from Parker's.
It was very limited, and as it related to the percent of sales of alcohol that made up his profit, it was premature. The judge ruled, unlike he did in that order I handed you, that it was premature at the time.
Why was it premature?
Well, the difference between Parker's and Ellick is that Ellick had, and his lawyers had, 25 videos of alcohol. They had the punitive damages evidence. You didn't see that with Parker's. It was just a straight up transaction and sale. So to the extent you're suggesting that there wasn't this evidence, there were these mere allegations of negligent parenting, that wasn't the case. That wasn't the argument.
You presented that evidence to the court?
I didn't have to present it to the court. That's what you don't understand. John Tiller knew about it. John Tiller is the one who's responding because John Tiller knows ultimately he's going to be in front.
We bring the jury. Thank you. You may continue.
May it please the court, Your Honor. All right. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Motive, means, opportunity, guilty acts. That's the basic way to determine identity. So let's talk a little bit now about means, the tools to commit the crime. Family weapons were used to commit this crime. And this is forensic evidence that was presented to you. First of all, we'll talk about the blackout. And you've heard testimony that there were 2 blackouts purchased in December of 16. And that one went missing around Halloween of 17, years prior to these murders. And that a replacement without a thermal scope was bought in April of 2018. 3 blackouts that the defendant purchased can only account for 1 of them. And it's this 3rd blackout, which is the one that's at issue. You heard from Paul's friend, Will Loving. And first of all, let me say this. You heard the defendant in his various statements, and he's very concerned about saying that they didn't have a blackout. There was no blackout along with them, even though he slipped up once and said, yeah, we were out looking for hogs. And you heard from his law partners who do the same thing, saying, yeah, you can look for hogs in the daytime. Very, very concerned early on in the statements and saying they didn't have the blackout, they just had a .22 pistol. And he also said, eventually, He's like, well, I think I replaced it. Well, I guess I replaced it. I'm certain I replaced it. If you listen to his various statements, very vague and fuzzy about this third blackout. Until the friends, Paul's friends, both of whom testified, but Will Loving in particular. And what did Will Loving say? The defendant said the gun went missing around Christmas time of 2020, but Will Loving said, no, I was with Paul. I was with Paul in turkey season, which is in the spring. I was with Paul in turkey season, and we sat out at the steps right outside the house that y'all went to today, right on that side entrance that goes into the gun room. And if you look down, you can see how they were digging a pond and how you could fire down in that area. And they set up some targets to sight it in. And we were shooting that other gun. We were shooting that other gun, that replacement gun. And it had a red dot sight on it, not a thermal scope, but a red dot. A red dot, which is not good at shooting at night. But they were shooting it and sighting it in with the red dot, the tan gun. He was with Paul while they were shooting that gun right there. And what did Jeff Croft, who testified before you, find right there? Weathered cases or casings. Weathered cases right where Will said he and Paul were shooting that gun just a couple months prior to the murders. S&B 147 grain blackout rounds. And those rounds and empty boxes, and the pictures are in evidence, and the rounds are in evidence, were found all over that property. S&B 147 grain blackout. There were full clips found, there were empty boxes found, and there were also cases found, S&B 147 grain blackout rounds found across the street at their shooting house. Two separate locations on the property. But what's really important, again, goes back to what Will said. I was with Paul when we shot that replacement gun right there. Right there. And you heard forensic scientist Paul Greer testify that the 6 cases, items 2 through 7, the 6 cases found around Maggie that killed her, were loaded into, extracted, and ejected through the same firearm that fired those weathered cases right outside the door where y'all went to today and at the shooting range across the street. A family blackout killed Maggie. It was present just a couple months prior to the murders, and it's gone now. It's gone now. A family weapon the defendant cannot account for killed Maggie. But what about the shotgun? The 12-gauge shotgun that was loaded with 1 Federal double-aught buck and 1 dry-lock #2 steel shot. Well, first of all, you heard that the 2 weapons that Paul often favored and often carried were this shotgun right here and the blackout. Those were his 2 guns, his favorite guns, aside from his deer rifle. The defendant had that gun with him when Daniel Green, the first deputy on the scene, showed up. And shotguns, as you heard, are a little bit different than rifles. And the conclusion there was that the 2 fired shells that were inside the feed room that killed Paul had class characteristics similar with that Benelli, Super Black Eagle 3, but insufficient individual identifying marks to either match or exclude it. That shotgun right there. But what else did you hear about the shotguns? Paul had the Spinelli Super Black Eagle 3. That was his gun. Camo print, camo strap. Nolan Tootin, Nathan Tootin, Will Loving, Rogan, all identified that as Paul's gun. It's the one that Alec had. It's got Maggie's DNA and blood on the receiver. You heard from the DNA expert. And it was loaded with 12 gauge and a 16 gauge misloaded round. What else did you hear? You also heard about the Super Black Eagle 2. And you heard from Nolan and Nathan that this was Buster's gun. This is the Super Black Eagle 2 that had the Mojo sticker on it. And that was recovered during SLED's search of the residence the next day. So what else did you hear? You heard from Nathan and Nolan that the defendant's favorite gun was a Super Black Eagle 1. Remember Nathan going through each one of these guns and how knowledgeable he was as to the differences between them? SLED search Moselle for every 12 gauge. No Super Black Eagle 1. Family weapons. Family weapons killed these victims. And on top of that, just like the S&B 147, well, not as much, but they're in evidence, Federal double-aught buck and the Winchester dry-lock steel 2-shot rounds were recovered at various locations on the property. What does that mean? We started, we talked about motive, means. The defendant had the means to commit these crimes. At the beginning of the case, I talked to you about some of the evidence that you would hear, and I held up my cell phone. And there's been a lot of that evidence, but the last witness you heard in the state's case in chief was Peter Rudolski, and he went through that timeline. And what does it show? We're going motive means opportunity. Opportunity to commit the crime. And what does this timeline show? These are all the information, the various sources of information that were in this timeline. And let's look at what it shows. First thing right here is that the defendant arrived at Moselle at 6:42. Now, I'll say one thing. You've heard a lot of testimony about what he said about times. What time he got home, what time he went to the office, how long he was at Alameda. Certainly, people can have some variability in assessing that. But he almost never was right. Almost never was right. 6:42, he arrives at Moselle. Paul, according to his extraction, gets there about 7:04. And about 7:03, we see the defendant steps registering on his phone. And then Over the next 30 minutes or so, we see a symmetry, general symmetry between the steps between Paul's phone and Alex's phone, as he described, walking the property. At 7:39, we have creation of a Snapchat video that had the clothes on it. When that ultimately was recovered and you saw the interview, it was shown to the defendant, who had provided his clothes that night. And at the first time, then he started talking about changing his clothes, and we'll talk more about that later. Again, 7:55 to 8:05, we have some symmetry with the steps. We have Paul Murdaugh's battery life, and you heard from the experts that have reviewed Paul's usage, that like many kids his age, he's constantly flirting with it being low, but that doesn't stop him from using it, and you see that in the evidence in this case as well. 7:56, again, that's when Paul sends the Snapchat to his friends. And then at 8:08, we see Paul leave the kennel area at 8:06, and 8:08 make his way down to the residence. 8:05 to 8:09. Around that time that Paul is getting there at 8:08, that's the last step activity on Alex's phone. And it's the last step activity until 9:02, which we'll talk about in a minute. Alex's phone pretty much goes with no activity for that time period. And also he has no cell activity from 6:52 to 9:04, which is right in that time period we'll talk about in a little bit. So, eating dinner. You heard the defendant talk about eating dinner. Paul is at that residence, if you look right here, from 8:14 down to 8:35. And again, that timeline exhibit, there's a big one and then there's a condensed one. And all of this is in there in evidence for y'all to look at. He's at that residence from 8:14 to 8:35. Now, the defendant, again, despite having a photographic memory, a new photographic memory about things that he told y'all that people are hearing for the first time, still can't remember specific things about Maggie's activities, as to when Maggie arrived, as to what they talked about. He can remember dropping his phone down in the console, but he can't remember things like that. He wants to remember things that help him try to explain to you why he never told the truth about maybe the most important thing he could tell law enforcement. But he can remember very specific details. He still gets this wrong. But she arrives at 8:17 in Moselle. They're already there. How do we know that? Because her cell phone disconnects from her Mercedes at 8:17, and that's when she starts showing steps. And Paul, what's he doing? He's still using his phone like always. We see the battery life, but he's still sending snaps. He's receiving snaps, bless you. He's sending to his friends, all these friends right here. He's receiving these snaps all during that time from 8:17 to 8:30, continuing to communicate with his friends, using his phone like always. And then what happens? About 8:30, Maggie's phone registers some steps. And consistent with that, consistent with her and Paul going down to the kennels, riding down to the kennels, we see Paul's Murdaugh's phone start showing steps. And then down here at 8:38, he's in that kennel area where those dots are. And if you look at that particular slide from 8:38 to 8:44, that's going to be the last
GPS reading on Paul's phone, 8:44. You heard from Rogan. And you've heard from Rogan as it references this timeline. And Rogan tells you and told you from that witness stand that he was having a conversation with Paul about cash and the dog's tail. They were having an active conversation about that. Paul calls Rogan at 8:40 and they're talking about it. And Rogan says, send me a FaceTime, but if it doesn't work, send me a video. At 8:44, 4 minutes and 14 seconds, we have right here the FaceTime, but it only lasts 11 seconds. And then at 8:44:55, that's when the kennel video was recorded that lasts 50 seconds. At the beginning of this investigation, as you'll recall the testimony, they didn't have Paul's password and couldn't get in. And you heard in the defendant's August 11th statement that when he was asked about Rogan saying he may have heard Alec on the phone during this time, he said, well, I'd be surprised if that were the case. Because law enforcement didn't have this kennel video. They didn't have this kennel video until April of 2022, when Paul's phone was finally unlocked. And that changed everything. Why did it change everything? Opportunity. Being at the scene of the crime when the murders occurred. Opportunity. And more importantly, exposing the defendant's lies about the most important thing he could have told law enforcement. When was the last time I saw my wife and child alive? Why in the world would an innocent, reasonable father and husband lie about that? And lie about it so early? If he didn't know that was there. And he could always say, well, Rogan must be mistaken. I'm surprised. Not if my times are right, was what he said. Rogan told you, I was expecting that video right there. That was supposed to be the next thing that happened. Send me the video because we were worried about Cash the dog's tail. He talked about how his girlfriend was going to call a veterinarian, or she had some association with one. There was an active conversation going on right then and right there. And what's going on still? Paul's still also texting his friends. You might recall that in opening statement, the defense counsel said, oh, he was texting after that video for 10 minutes. It's not for 10 minutes. It's for barely a minute. Down here, 8:48:58 to 8:49:01. That's the last time that Paul's phone was unlocked. And what do we know? We know that the defendant was there just minutes earlier at the scene of the crime with the victims. At 8:49:01, Paul's phone locks. He never sends that video to Rogan. You heard Rogan say that when he watched that video. You heard him say, that's the video I was supposed to receive. That is the video that my friend was supposed to send to me. And he never did.
In fact, Rogan responds at 8:49:35, and he says, see if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann, his girlfriend, wants to send it to a girl. We know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much. Even though this is an active conversation with Paul, who you heard from multiple friends, is one to respond and use his cell phone. Paul never reads it. Paul never reads it. What happens at 8:49:31? We're 8:49:01 for Paul, 8:49:31. Maggie reads Lynn's response to the group thread about Mr. Randolph, and then her phone locks forever. It is never unlocked again until it's recovered the next day. Down here, 6'8" at 110. $849 for both of them. The defendant, after hearing multiple individuals of his family and friends and law partners get on the stand and listen to that video and say, that's him on that video, got on the stand for the first time and said, okay, I was there. He was forced into doing what he does all the time, and that's coming up with a new lie when he's confronted with evidence he can no longer deny. And the only reason he did that, is because all those witnesses at that witness stand said, yeah, that's him. He's there. Why would he lie about that, ladies and gentlemen? Why would he even think to lie about that if he were an innocent man? Why would he even think about that? But he got on the stand and he's told you a story, and we're going to talk more about that story in a minute. But his story was that he didn't want to go down there, and then he went down there, and he went down there really quick and got carried the chicken and went straight back, and he can't remember anything about what he talked about with Maggie. He can't remember their conversation at dinner, but he's dadgum sure about the fact that he went down there and went straight back. But even if you give him the benefit of the doubt, his story doesn't make sense, because that kennel video is 50 seconds. It's over at 8:45:45. Even if you give him the benefit of the doubt that he could take care of the chicken and maybe the fastest dog and chicken chase ever, and put that chicken up and not say a word to Maggie and Paul and get on that golf cart and drive all the way back to the house, where does that put you? It puts you right at 8:49. At which point he claims he went inside and he managed to doze for a second. Then he's up at 9:02, perhaps the quickest nap ever. It doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen. It's a new story to fit facts he can no longer deny, from a person who not a single person who was close to him knew who he really was. Not a single person close to him hadn't been lied to by this man. And I would submit to you that this one is the most blatant one yet. And we'll talk more about that in a second. What happened at 8:49? Y'all been to the scene. That feed room door is probably a bit tighter than this. But you saw the evidence from Kenny Kinsey and all the rest of them that clearly Paul was in the middle of that feed room. It's a kill zone. Nobody in there with him. He's in that room. No defensive wounds at all. His hands are down. And he takes that shot, buckshot to the chest. And any person who did that would probably think that took care of business because this buckshot, but for some reason he was candid this way and it went through. It was 1,000,001 shot, that it didn't kill him. Alec thought it did. Alec, the lawyer, Alec, the prosecutor, Alec is thinking through that we'll see he's manufacturing an alibi, and he's also manufacturing the fact that there's 2 guns used. But we know, unlike the expert they called from Connecticut, where they can't even get ARs, who doesn't know about people riding around on property, he doesn't know about Paul and the 2 guns he likes to use. He doesn't know about this family and how common those guns are together. Says, well, his only conclusion is, oh, it would be practical for somebody just to fire out the clip. But this is him. This is Alec, the prosecutor, the lawyer, and he's thinking through this. He's thought through this. He's going to use 2 guns because it's going to confuse people that perhaps there were 2 shooters. But again, it doesn't make sense. 2 family weapons? But he thinks Paul's shot. And you heard the testimony that Paul appears in the feed room doorway. Is Alex putting down that shotgun to pick up the blackout and is startled by Paul? And that's why the angle's like that and catches Paul like that and goes up into the ceiling, as you've heard the testimony from Kinsey, and blows his brains out. And what happens with Maggie right here? We see activity on Maggie's phone. You heard about sandal prints. You heard from Kenny Kinsey about the mark on her leg from the Polaris over there by the overhang next to the feed room. You've seen the diagrams and the crime scene photos of that all those cases are in that area between the doorway to the feed room and where Maggie was found. You heard that Maggie had no defensive wounds. You also heard Paul had sibling from that first shot, a close range shot, with no indication that he detected a threat from the person who fired that weapon. And why? Because it was him. Same with Maggie, because Maggie sees what happens and she comes running over there, running to her baby. Probably the last thing on her mind, thinking that it was him who had done this. She's running to her baby while he's picked up the blackout and opens fire at close range, again with no defensive wounds. And she takes those 2 shots that you heard Dr. Reamer say were parallel, and it crumples her over. In those cases, you can see them move around. It takes that shot that goes through here, and she goes down flat. And then there's the shot in the back of the head. Malice? Is that malice, ladies and gentlemen? Is that malice to do that? Is that intentional harm to another with a bad intent, with an evil intent to do those things? Clearly, I submit to you. Clearly, it's malicious. Clearly, it's malicious. She was running to her baby, heard that shot, and was running to her baby when she got mowed down by the only person that we have conclusive proof was at that scene just minutes before, and who lied about that very fact until he could no longer do it to you last week. Alec told you he went down there in the golf cart. We'll talk about this a little bit, but they had their expert come up here with the 2 5-2 people and all the rest of it.
be sitting in a golf cart. But he comes up in the golf cart. But what we don't see, as I said before, is any activity on his phone until 9:02. The crime occurred around 8:49 to 8:53. Down there at the feed room, State's Exhibit 516. It's just a diagram. Remember that Roger Dale Davis did about the kennels and the hose there and how it wasn't put up the way he would put it up? If you're going to wash off real quick, what better place to do it? The water, the pictures of the water in states 199 and 190. It wouldn't take long to strip down and wash yourself off. Get in that cart and head back to the house. And then at 9:02, the defendant over there, who wouldn't even admit until forced to that he was even at the scene, all of a sudden, he is as busy as he has ever been. 9:02 to 9:06, 283 steps. 9:03, we see the system start up on the car, and that could mean that he's close by the car. Has he returned with Maggie's phone and placed it in that car? And then what do we see from 9:02 to 9:06? Not only is he 283 steps in that 4-minute period, but he is making calls like crazy. And I asked him, I said, what were you doing? What were you doing? And even though he has a photographic memory about things that he thinks will convince you, he could not answer what he's doing during this 4-minute period that is so illustrating of what we're talking about here. That for 4 minutes, he is not only going 283 steps, this is a defense exhibit, defense 156. "283 steps, and they put in the distance. We heard the distance isn't as accurate, but it illustrates the point. That's 208 meters. Meter, roughly is a yard, a little bit more, a little bit less. I don't remember. But let's say it's 600 feet. It's a lot. And he couldn't remember what he was doing. I asked him, you been on a treadmill? Were you doing jumping jacks? What were you doing at the same time you're calling all these phones? Why is he calling multiple times? We can see right here. He calls Maggie. He calls Randolph. He calls Maggie again. All of that 4-minute period where he's moving around. But he couldn't remember what he was doing. Just getting ready. Is the prosecutor, the lawyer, manufacturing his alibi? Because he knows he's got to get to Alameda quick. He's got to compress those timelines, and that's exactly why he knew to lie about being at the kennels to start with. He's got to compress those timelines so that it would convince whoever down the road that he couldn't have done it. He's got to compress them. And that's why he's doing all that right then and there. System startup, 9:05:56 in the Suburban. And then, this is interesting, Maggie's phone has that orientation change to portrait 2 seconds before Alex's second call goes in to her phone. If it's some random vigilante who knew to hide out there and counted on Family Guns being there, did he have ESP? Did he have ESP to move that? Or was that Alec turning the phone as he got to the Suburban, checking as he manufactured his alibi that it was coming through? And we saw how quickly out of the gate when law enforcement arrived and in his first interview, how he's immediately referring to his phone. And besides that, you've heard about Alec. You heard from witnesses. He went down to the kennels, but he didn't take his phone. Is that also the lawyer and the prosecutor making sure his phone was not with him when he went down there?
You heard testimony it would be unusual for him not to take that phone down to the kennels. And then he gets underway. With this call right here too. All those calls, all those steps, when his phone finally goes active, just minutes after he was at the scene with the victims and he lied about it and he's so busy. But let's take him at his word again. Why in the world, if he's calling her so much, if he's so busy and so concerned to call her as many times as that in a 4-minute period, why would he not just drive by the kennels? Why would he not just drive down there to say, hey, Max, I'm going to Alameda. What you guys doing? Hey, Paul, you want to go? Why is he so busy and making so many calls but doesn't drive the less than a minute down there to see what they're up to? Why would he not do that? And you've heard testimony from Marion. You even heard it from the defendant's own mouth about whether or not Maggie was going to go with him to Alameda, that Alec had actually asked her to come home that night, which he denies, and said in his statement that he found out later that that was the case. But you saw the text from Blanca, and you heard from Marion that Alec wanted Maggie to come home that night. Make sure of it. Malice? With all of that, why would he not just turn and drive down there? He was just there in a golf cart. Why would he not drive down there? Why is he so anxious to have missed calls with her and he was just there and not drive down there? About the same general time period that he lied to until he tried to tell you what he told you from the stand last week. Right here, Suburban connects to the Alex's iPhone. He calls Maggie at 9:06:52, and he's getting in the Suburban right at that time. Maggie's backlight goes off from 9:07 to 9:31, and you've heard the testimony from the various experts about the backlight. And then he leaves Moselle Road at 9:07:06. All of this is fitting together. He's on the move. At 9:08:36, he's right here doing 42 miles an hour, and there's Maggie's phone location. And at 9:08:42, he's just past it. And at 9:08:58, just 20 seconds after he's almost at that location, he texts Maggie's phone and says, going to check on him, be right back. That text was unread. Now, there's been a lot of discussion from all the experts about the backlight issue. And every single one of them said that there's a lot of variables about that light coming on. Every single one of them said it's not going to record an orientation change unless that light is on. And you heard from each one of the experts about those variables and about the fact that there's no guarantee that it's going to come on or not come on. And you heard from Paul McManigal about that issue. And they cross-examined him about that and all the rest of it, but it's just a common sense determination about how iPhones work, about how they work. That raised awake feature is set for somebody lifting it up in the normal course. It is not set to respond necessarily to violent motion like flipping it. And every single expert testified to that. Every single one of them did. And then, besides that, you'd have to accept the fact that Alec is driving by just moments prior to that time. All of these circumstances would have to go the other way of the reasonable inferences in this case. Paul McManigal got up there and testified as to these issues and as to the fact that there's no guarantee, in fact, more likely than not, that if the phone is violently thrown or flipped or frisbeed or whatever, it's not going to light up. And that's consistent with what every other expert said. (9:07 to 9:22). The defendant's on the way to Alameda, and you heard testimony from Mr. Rudofsky about this, from Agent Rudofsky. He's hitting 74 miles an hour at night on that particular route. What's he in a hurry about? That's faster than he drove to work. Why is he in a hurry? Because he knows he has to compress that timeline. And then along the way, he's manufacturing the alibi by making these short calls. 60 seconds. He calls Chris Wilson. He calls John Marvin. Chris Wilson calls him back. He's on the phone the entire way. Does he say to any of them, hey, I can't get Maggie on the phone? Say anything like that? They're very short. He doesn't talk about much. And then we get down here at 9:20, there's a 131-second call, which means that call is over at 9:22:45, and that's also when we see the vehicle go into park. That's when we have the arrival at Alameda as well. And you heard from defense witnesses that, well, people would park around back right there. Okay. It's also, though, near these structures. There's that line right there. But what do we see? From 9:22 to 9:32, we've got 195 steps taken. We have him calling Libby Murdaugh, which would be calling the house 2 minutes later. And then from there, we have at 9:31 and 9:32, we have system startups on the Suburban, which you've heard from the experts could be from having that remote key in your pocket and walking near the car. 9:22 to 9:32 is the steps. And 9:31, you've got two system startups. And what did you hear from Shelley? That he called, but it still took a number of minutes before he came in. And that's about 6 minutes right there. Meanwhile, what's he so busy right there at Alameda? Meanwhile, Rogan is trying to call his friend to no avail. He tries to message Maggie. Tell Paul to call me. Neither one of them can respond. Still a busy guy at Alameda. 9:35 and 9:45, we've got 60 steps. We also got another at 9:36 around the beginning of that time period, another hit on the system startup. 9:36 to 9:41. Down here, about a 5-minute period, we've got another hit. And then at 9:43:05, the Suburban moves out of park. He's not there very long. And he's moving around a lot, and he's sitting off that car while he's at Alameda. He told law enforcement multiple stories about his trip there. You heard
Miss Shelley Smith talk about that. You heard her talk about him trying to tell her how long he had been there. He says he was just trying to tell her the truth, but that's not how she felt. And Blanca didn't feel the same way when he tried to talk to her about what he was wearing that night. Both of these being people that's worked for that family for a long time. But he's a busy guy during all of this. Leaving Alameda, we have the pause. 9:44 and no seconds to 9:44 and 54 seconds. And that's during the time period that Alec calls that phone of Maggie's again. This is the time period where he remembered, because I asked him on cross, and he remembered very specifically about his phone falling down on the console and that whole story. Is that true, ladies and gentlemen? Or is he coming up with some details on the fly when he can't remember more important things, like what was the last conversation you had with your wife and child when you jetted down to the kennels and back? What did y'all talk about at dinner? What were you doing from 9:02 to 9:06? Those are questions he doesn't want to answer. But would a reasonable person remember those things? Would they not replay in their mind every day the last conversations that they had? Why would he remember that console story? Because he lies convincingly and easily, and he can do it at the drop of the hat. And you've heard testimony about that. He's been doing it to all the people who trust him for years. And he did it to y'all. He's manufacturing an alibi. He's smart. He's a good lawyer. His family has a history of prosecution. He understands these issues. That's why this case is a case that had to be figured out this particular way, because he knows what to do to try to prevent evidence from being gathered. And if you listen to his statements again and listen to the questions he asks, he's asking questions like that. He's trying to figure out, what do the police have? What do they know? He's a prosecutor trying to manufacture his alibi, and we see this again. He calls Paul. He sends a text, "Call me, babe." Of course, none of that's read or responded to. And then in 9:52:15, he calls Chris Wilson. "Call me if you up. Call me if you up." And Chris calls back, and they chat for about 2 minutes, including the connection time. 2 minutes. And what does Chris Wilson say? Well, he says it was a normal conversation. Well, of course it is with this guy. He's convincing. But what does Chris say? The only thing that they talked about was Chris bringing up some case. And then Alec was like, "Hey, I got to go. I'm at Alameda." Did Alex say, "Hey, I'm trying to get home. I can't get Maggie on the phone. I've called her like 6 times. Paul won't answer either"? Did Alex say, he said, "Call me if you up"? Did Chris say that Alex said, "I got to ask you a question," or "Let's talk about this"? No, Chris brought up some case, and it was mundane. It was mundane. It's manufacturing an alibi. He's calling anybody who will answer the phone for these short conversations. And it's one of the first things out of his mouth in the first interview. "Look at my phone. I called this person. I called this person. I called this person. I called this person." He's manufacturing this alibi. Also, throughout all of this relevant time period, you see from the Dillon Hightower extraction, you'll see that over and over again, all these call logs that are deleted from the extraction. They're deleted, which occurred on June 10th. What's up with that? On the way back, these are defense exhibits 141 and 142. Roland pretty heavy at 75 to get there. And I'm sure the defense will point out that 80 miles an hour was a peak. Still running pretty good there. What's he in a hurry about in the dark? Doing 80 miles an hour. At 9:51:42, rolling 80 when he texts Chris, call me if you're up. His peak speed when he's texting me. 10:01, he arrives at Alameda, and this is going to be important. Rogan, of course, is trying to call Paul, and he texts Paul, yo, which is unread, but hits Paul's phone. And then he gets to, says Alameda. Sorry about that. That's obviously back at Moselle. He gets there. He's shifting in and out of park from 2200, which is 10 o'clock, to 10:01:43. He's calling Maggie at 10:03:58. And then at 10:05:06, he leaves for the kennels. At 10:05:57, he arrives at the kennels about a minute later. Make it a minute in a Suburban. How long is it going to take in a golf cart? At 10:05:57, he arrives at the kennels. And 10:06:14 is the 911 call. Now, there's a lot of back and forth with him about that, but in his statements, with what he told his law partners that he went in great detail over about his activities that night, including lying to them about ever going to the kennels, he was very clear that he got out of the car and went and checked Paul and Maggie. One time he said to see if they're breathing, another time to say to check a pulse. You've seen the horrific injuries they suffered. 19 seconds. Is that enough time for a surprised human being to come across that scene, process what they are seeing? Get out of the car. Go over there. Check both those bodies and then call 911. He's changed the story now yet again because he's confronted with this evidence. The reason why it's so quick is because he knew exactly what scene he was going to find. 19 seconds. During that 911 call, and you can hear it on the 911 call, he leaves for the residence from 10:11 to 10:14, and you can see the map points on there. Those are the speeds on the Suburban on those trips. Took just under a minute doing 35 and 30 miles an hour. So think about that when you go back to his story about a casual trip down to the kennels in the golf cart. And you look at his times that he's trying to convince you of. (10:17), he gets off the 911 call. He calls Randy. He calls Randy again. He calls John Marvin. And then we see at 10:20 and 8 seconds, Paul's phone reflect that auto lock thing that could be, as you heard from the testimony, it not recognizing a face. And this is interesting. As we'll see over the next few slides, he spends a whole lot of time trying to call Rogan Gibson. He told you, oh, well, he's a good boy that lives down the street, he lives close by. He's calling Rogan before he calls many of his family, before he calls Buster. Calling Rogan multiple times. And those texts would have come in on Paul's phone. What's he so concerned about? He said he turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out. This is a sealed exhibit. I'm not going to name it. popped out. Manufacturing an alibi, concerned about the evidence. Worried about what Rogan may have known or may have heard. I'll put it down. Can I have this back, please? I'm sorry, Mr. Sheriff. Thank you, Mr. Sheriff. There, 1024. iMessages, call me, 1025. 1029, 1025, the first deputy's on the scene. 1029, calling Randy. 1030, Rogan again. And then finally at 1034 is when Paul's phone powers off. Opportunity. Motive, means, and opportunity. Guilty conscience. I've already kind of talked about these, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but you heard from Blanca Simpson. Blanca Simpson said he was wearing like a polo shirt when he left. Wearing this shirt in the Vinnie Vine. She recognized both of those. He, of course, turned over the T-shirt that he was wearing when law enforcement arrived. And then you heard Blanca say he later tried to convince her that he was wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt. 3 shirts in one day. And a 4th one he tried to get Blanca to say. And you heard her testimony. She felt very uncomfortable by that. Multiple changes of shoes in the day. He wouldn't be wearing those shoes if he were out riding the property. I've already mentioned the text from Maggie that Alec wants me to come home, but he can't even be clear about that point because that doesn't fit with his narrative. Marion Proctor says the same thing, but he can't admit that because that doesn't fit with his narrative. She was surprised that Maggie didn't go along to Alameda. And then she said, Alec made an interesting comment, one of many, some of which came from that stand that we'll talk about in a little bit. Whoever did this thought about it for a really long time. Why would he say that? Because he told you that it was just random vigilantes from the boat case, of which there is no evidence whatsoever that you've seen in this record. Trials depend on evidence. There has to be evidence to make a decision. And his claims trying to manufacture something about the Babe case, there's been no evidence whatsoever of any specific other individual. There has to be evidence to consider, not just mere allegations that have no basis in any sort of evidence. Whoever did this thought about it for a really long time. I think if you think about the defendant's statements and some of the things he says, a lot of times he says things in one context, but he means them in another. When he says things like, I hurt the ones I love the most. We talked about Shelley. After Randolph's funeral, he shows up early. She might have said Wednesday, but there was other information that Randolph's funeral was on Monday. But anyway, shows up with something blue, shows up early, wants to come in, goes and moves some vehicles. And then there's that raincoat, huge raincoat. She calls it a tarp, but it's a huge raincoat. And it's got a ton of GSR on the inside. And it's found in a closet upstairs. States 411. He was a busy guy in Alameda, as we just saw. Was moving around, kept hitting off of his Suburban. And then, of course, as you heard, he was with family for the next few days. After the funeral, he's back. And it was weird enough and interesting enough that Shelley said something about it. I'm also saying that in her experience, it was unusual for him to come that way. Then we have the defendant and his many statements. Went through a lot with the defendant, who told you that the reason why he was telling you this new story was because he was paranoid because he had a bag of pills in his pocket, because he had a distrust of SLED, because David Owen asked him about his relationship with Maggie. And his law partners told him that he should have an attorney present, which one is in here. One of his law partners sitting in the back.
I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally
Yeah.
understand. So you don't have any problem with it.
I asked him repeatedly, is this the point where you decided to lie? At which point did you decide to lie?
I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
I didn't mean to do that twice. Or was it this point when he first says, I was at the house?
I was at the house.
Or was this the point? He said, he mentioned specifically, and he kept adding factors. And one of the things was, well, Dave Owen asked me how my relationship was. This question, this is when he decided to lie?
How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
But he digs in on the point.
What did you do to do? Were you at the office or?
Nope, I was home. I came home, Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said,
This is June 8th at 1:21 in the morning. And he's admitted to you that he's lying right there. Look how easily he did it. About such a crucial thing.
and she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
It was odd, but not that big a deal. But again, he's enough to say it was odd. He's enough to make all those calls while he's doing 283 steps, but he doesn't drive 50 seconds down to the kennels. Going to the next interview. Again, what's the tone of this interview? How is he being treated?
pretty traumatic.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I know
so,
you
yeah.
need to ask me. You ask me what you need to.
So,
Is that a aggressive interview? Is that something that makes somebody paranoid?
I'm a defendant in a civil case involving my son. I told you about the boat wreck.
yes, sir.
And there were some motions coming up in that on Thursday, and I was mostly just getting ready for those things and then other junk.
Mentions the boat case.
Paul left.
And I'm assuming, I'm assuming Paul left because of,
Gotcha.
what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
I don't know exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down for you.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got it.
So, I texted her. So I called her just before that. And I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
So easy for him to do.
And you said you laid down and took a little nap, and when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you wanted to.
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
Adding more detail, that's just lies. Watch how he responds to this one. Watch what his head does. See if you observe that yourself when he's over there looking you in your eyes and trying to convince you of something.
Trying to narrow that the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
When Paul's phone came out, did you just pick it up and put it on, place it back down on him, or?
Yeah, I did not try to open it or anything. I don't know how I had in my mind that I needed to not mess anything up. I had that,
Going to the third interview on August 11th.
And after dinner, Maggie and Paul went to the kennels, or?
I don't know exactly how that went. I stayed on the couch and I dozed off.
Video on Paul's phone of you and him on the farm that night, and you were in khaki pants and a dress shirt. You were playing with a tree.
I don't remember playing with a tree.
Yeah, I guess there was a tree sapling or something that had fallen over or bending over, and you were trying to get it to stand up. But I mean, the question of that is, when I met you that night, you were in shorts and a t-shirt. At what point in that evening did you change clothes?
I'm not sure. It would have been
Before dinner or after dinner?
No, it would have been. What time of day was that? I would have thought I'd already changed.
There's not a timestamp on it because there's so many posts. But I want to say it looks to be about dusk. So that would have been 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I guess that changed when I got back to the house.
Had some very specific recollections for y'all when he testified with his new story that had never been heard until last week.
Did he and I know? But Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail and somebody saying his leg was broken.
Line right there. He was down at the kennels, shaking his head forward.
You were just down there with Paul. You left and went back to the house for dinner.
You know, I mean, Paul and I were just knocking around up at the shop, the shed, the kennels, and you know, just the whole property. And that was before dinner, yes, sir.
And you didn't go back down there after dinner until your return trip from visiting your mother.
Yes, sir.
I've got information that Paul was on the phone and Maggie was heard in the background and you were heard in the background. And that was prior to 9 p.m.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there, and he said he thought it was me.
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Not if my times were right.
Who do you think it could have been?
I have no idea.
And Rogan's been around your family for pretty much all of his life.
Oh, absolutely.
And he recognizes your voice, and you have a distinct voice. Do you think of anybody else that has a voice similar to yours that he may have misinterpreted?
No, sir. You know, when we were talking, he had asked me that. So, I mean, he had told me that he thought I was up there.
Did that surprise you?
Yes, sir.
Come back to that. But I want to talk a little bit about the crime scene. What it indicates. I want to advise everyone there will likely be sealed exhibits. I don't need the ammo quite yet. I'm really trying to share. You guys went out to the scene today. And you saw how it looks now. Take a good look at those trees and where they were back in the day of the incident. I'll put this up on the Elmo in a second. And you can see the proximity of the kennels to that residence back on June 7th, 2021. Get out the Elmo, please. Okay.
Could I have the PowerPoint back, please? There's not any images of the PowerPoint that I understood, but I do have these right here.
All right, Dr. Reamer, you've heard from Dr. Reamer, you heard from Kenny Kinsey, and you heard from the defense experts. So, to have the computer back. Paul, first blast to the chest, stippling, arms down, not fatal for a buckshot blast to the chest. This is where there was some dispute from the defense experts. The second injury went into the left shoulder, into the cheek, with an exit wound on the top of the head, with instantly fatal and terminal collapse. Dr. Reamer's done 5,500 autopsies. She does an independent autopsy. She actually physically examined the victim, and she was very clear that it could not have happened from the top without destroying Paul's face. And I could show the image again. I'm reluctant to because I know y'all have seen it enough. So I'll rely on y'all to recall that his face was intact. I'll rely on y'all to recall, and this is sealed, all the evidence up top here at the top of the door. I will rely on y'all to recall Kenny Kinsey's testimony that buckshot don't reverse course, that kinetic energy is going in one direction. I'll rely on y'all to recall all the biological matter that you see at the top of this door. I'll rely on y'all to recall, looking at states 339, which is the wadding from the shot to kill Paul. Because if you recall, the wadding from the chest shot was found still in his chest right here. This is the wadding on the ground from the shot to his head. And if one of the things that you recall from Dr. Reamer's testimony and looking at Paul's face was the abrasions around that cheek wound that came from the wadding as it entered there. You heard from Dr. Reamer that the reason for the shape on the shoulder was because it went along the shoulder and opened up that area there, but still was focused and then expanding as it entered in here. But she also testified that if it was here, that force would not have left his face intact. Manner of death, homicide. Then you heard from Dr. Kenny Kinsey. What we described earlier, Paul was first shot in the feed room, largely agrees with her. Arms were not up. He believes the shot was a little closer and the lack of stippling could be chalked up to the black t-shirt, but also agrees, as she does, no defensive wounds. Looking at the blood spatter locations there, and he testified in great detail and testified yesterday, there was no high velocity blood spatter on the ground at the entrance to the feed room, which would be necessary for the shot to have occurred in the manner in which the defense suggested. The spatter travels upward in an upward direction. You can see that on the door. He spoke of the blood, the void area, and then he spoke of the blood on the ground that was around where Paul drops, and that it's low speed spatter. He talked about the dents in the feed room door, the pellet lodged in the door frame upward. It's only possible if it's traveling through Paul's head. Not possible if it's from a ricochet, as the defense suggested. And steel is much less malleable than lead. What else did he say? Dr. Kinsey said that he, I think 36 times that he's observed contact wounds to the head with a shotgun, including one that happened in front of him, actually observed it. And he also said that any sort of contact wound like that would have destroyed the head and destroyed the face. And he was clear about that. He's actually seen them. And I think what you see with the defense experts is they're coming to you with absolutes to try to make you consider that there's the possibility that a crime scene can definitively establish whether there's one or two shooters or whether or not they're of a certain height. And that's just not how it works. And you heard that from Dr. Kinsey. That's not how it works. Not how it worked in this scene. It's a red herring, ladies and gentlemen. It's a red herring. You've seen the testimony from Kenny Kinsey. He returned to talk about these issues. You saw the demonstration over there in the doorway. That seem realistic to you? Or is Kenny Kinsey's explanation consistent with the evidence, consistent with his experience, consistent with Dr. Reamer's 5,500 autopsies who actually observed the victims, consistent with the blood spatter, the lack of high velocity on the floor, but the existence of high velocity on the top and the low velocity blood splatter on the floor? What's consistent with the evidence? Maggie. Again, no defensive wounds. The first two shots to her abdomen and her leg on a parallel path and likely in close succession. Stippling, close range, the mark on the back of her leg. Running to her baby, didn't see it coming. Bends over, maybe on her hands and knees in pain. You saw me demonstrate that with both Dr. Reamer and Kenny Kinsey. And that's when she suffers that third rifle injury. And you heard their expert come in and say, no, it had to be going this way instead of this way. Going up with that graze, hitting her breast and into her head here. And Dr. Reamer actually performed the autopsy physically. She looked at the hole. She described the hole. She talked about the injury coming up into the head. And she showed you that. And she took issue with this idea that you can look at skin tags and that sort of thing and come to any conclusion about directionality. But what she told you is, I looked at this wound. I saw the hole as it went up into the brain. This was an entrance wound up into the head. Instantly fatal and terminal collapse. The wrist wound could have been an extraneous wound, or it could be associated with this. Third rifle injury, and then, of course, the fourth rifle injury to the back of the head that had the canyon effect. Would have been instantly fatal, except for the fact that this one, there has to be some clearance for that third shot to come up. Again, manner of death is homicide. So what did Dr. Kinsey say? Again, he took issue with an expert coming in and trying to tell you that he can determine the location or the height of the shooter in this manner.
He told you the cardboard, that cannot be relied upon. And while he did agree with the angle on the doghouse, he showed you how changing the aspect of the shooter could easily fit with Alec. And that it is too far and way out over its skis to try to assert that you can determine from such information that the shooter had to be 5'2". That's not what you can do. Dr. Kinsey is a crime scene analyst. How many crime scenes did he say he'd done? Hundreds of homicides, thousands of pieces of evidence, real world stuff. That's what he comes and talks about. And you simply can't make those determinations in a real world environment to come in here and try to tell you that from that sort of thing, the shooter had to be a particular height. You just can't do it. You can't do it. I submit to you that Dr. Kinsey knows what he's talking about, and Dr. Kinsey has the years of experience in real-world applications of crime scenes to make those judgments. And I also submit to you that Dr. Kinsey isn't going to get out over his skis and try to make assertions to you in absolutes. The guy with the 5'2" people refused to even concede the possibility of variables. But Dr. Kinsey knows that that's how reality works, and he's not going to get out of over his skis and try to tell you something that simply cannot be supported by the evidence. And that's what the defense expert did. The shooter could easily be 6'4" or taller and fit all those bullet trajectories. Of course, one thing that the defense expert didn't consider and wouldn't even consider is all his little gray people are holding the guns down like this. No consideration of kneeling, of sitting, of being in any sort of different position. But the reality is, these are fluid. Maggie is running to her baby. She's moving. And when she gets hit, most likely when she hits her leg against that Polaris, there's biological evidence on that Polaris. And she comes forward and collapses as Alec is moving around her, firing. They had that expert come in yesterday, and I've kind of mentioned this, but I'll mention it again, who came in yesterday, the day before. Even I've lost track of time at this point. But tried to get out over his skis again and testify to you that it had to be two shooters because there were two guns. And why would you not just use the blackout? Is that opinion helpful or makes sense? Knowing what you know about this case and knowing what you know about the firearms of this particular house and knowing what you know about Alec Murdaugh as you look at the rest of this evidence and what he's trying to manufacture to confuse these issues. Kenny Kinsey told you that it's just as likely that it could be one shooter. And sorry. And although this is not to scale, you have the feed room right here, Polaris is right here, and the cases, while they can't be relied upon as specific location, they still can be illustrating general area, and they're all in that area, moving from here to here.
GSR on the defendant's hand and the seatbelt.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case. Take a 15-minute recess.
Well, I think we know the message of the day. Maggie running towards her baby. I don't know who wrote that script. Um, you know, I don't think she was I mean, what I want to know is if Alex truly killed Pawpaw first. Maggie was not somebody that you would want to cross paths with. Why didn't she go and just kill Alex her damn self? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. This is interesting. Let's look at this real quick. This is a private investigator that was hired to follow Pawpaw.
Well, for months, our investigative team has been looking into the Murdaugh investigation. In our newest episode of our podcast, we go down the Paul Murdaugh rabbit hole. It involves Mallory Beach's family, Parker's gas stations, and a PI hired to watch Paul's every move before he died.
Parker's is accused of selling alcohol to Paul Murdaugh before the crash that killed Mallory Beach. The PI tells Ariane Emerson what she had to do to get close to Paul. It's a story you'll only see on ABC News 4. Hey, Ann.
Hey, well, there is a photo of this private investigator with a young woman, and the attorney for Mallory Beach's family claims the private investigator, Sarah Capelli, was buying alcohol from minors. He even brought it up to a judge, and that PI refutes the claims and provided me with a timeline. The Beach family attorney, Mark Tinsley, told the judge, as he understood it, this PI was hired by Parker's to get video of Paul Murdaugh drinking, partying, and talking about killing that girl. That girl Tinsley refers to is 19-year-old Mallory Beach. Parker's is being sued by Mallory Beach's family after she was killed in a boat crash. State prosecutors said Paul Murdaugh was drunk and behind the wheel. He was murdered before the case went to trial. Tinsley told the judge the PI broke the law during her undercover investigation of Paul. He said significantly, one of the things this PI did was she bought alcohol for some underage people in Colombia in order to get information about Paul Murdaugh. I asked the PI if that was true. That there was some kind of, that you were involved in supplying alcohol to an underage person during your surveil. What do you take from that?
This is our rumors. This is alleged. It's a selfie in a private party that I gained access to, just like anyone else in there. But I don't know how to explain that. I would simply state that he has no concrete evidence because I had not been court ordered to turn it over. So where is he coming up with this?
I've seen the Snapchat selfie. It's a photo of the PI smiling with a young woman.
Tinsley believes the photo was taken in November 2020, before she was working for Parker's. However, the PI says that photo was taken months later at a private Super Bowl party. She was there to get information about Paul. He was not there. She says everyone was carded.
Tell me what you have been court ordered to turn over. Can you tell me that?
I have been subpoenaed for all evidence, to include video, reports, timelines, background research used during the course of the investigation, tracker reports based on vehicles to locate and document the scope of my assignment, invoicing, receipts, my contract, valid evidence, everything and anything that related to my case.
Well, and tomorrow we will drop a new episode of Unsolved South Carolina, Murdaugh Murders, Money, and Mystery. You will hear exclusively from this PI. She tells us about her work as a female detective, what she was doing when she was following Paul, and what she hopes will be revealed.
I can't come in here with my cardiac service dog. Okay, so okay, I won't. So thank you.
Well, that's video taken last Sunday on King Street. The woman.
The murder trial against Alex Murdaugh is now underway. Jury selection began this morning in Colleton County. Murdaugh is charged with murders of his wife and son. Now, representing him is one of the most prominent defense attorneys in the state, Dick Harpootlian. Now, for decades, Harpootlian has been connected to another powerful defense attorney, and that's Jack Swirling. The two were once even law partners. So last week, we sat down with Swirling to learn more about Harpootlian's strategy in this trial. Now, he believes this may be one of the biggest cases this state has ever seen.
From my experience, it probably would be in the top 10 that I've seen over the 50 years I've been practicing law.
Jack Swirling is no stranger to major cases in South Carolina. He's one of the most prominent defense attorneys in the state with more than 50 years of legal practice. In the late 80s, Swirling was notoriously nicknamed Mr. Murder for defending hundreds of murder suspects, including convicted killers Donald Pee Wee Gaskins and Larry Gene Bell.
Well, I think from my perspective, it just means that somewhere along the line, I earned the reputation of trying lots of murder cases. And there's been a couple hundred. I mean, there's no question about that, at least. I stopped counting, years ago.
Swirling is also connected to the Alex Murdaugh murder trial. While he's not on the legal team, he's longtime friends with Murdaugh's lead attorney, Dick Harpootlian. Before beginning his current law firm in 1991, Swirling and Harpootlian were partners.
We go to each other all the time about running a strategy or talking about a legal issue. It's not unusual for us to get on the phone with each other and talk about things like that.
Has he called you?
And we did it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've spoken to him about it. Yeah, he had some strategic questions or legal questions or procedural questions. So yeah, we talked about it. Now, I can honestly say I don't know the detail. I didn't want to know any of the details, the real hardcore stuff. But we're talking about, things that maybe he doesn't have to reveal any confidences, because I have no idea what Murdaugh's position is in this case, what he thinks. I didn't want to know. I felt like I could be better use for people, for Dick and for Jim or anybody, media, if I did not know that information. I just don't want to get into that. I wouldn't want to. So I could easily say I don't know.
So he never got into any specifics?
No.
What, as you think about this trial, what are some things, and knowing Harpootlian, knowing the case, what are some things that we are for sure going to see?
Well, Dick is, he's a defense lawyer, but he's a little bit unorthodox about, and what I mean by that is not in any kind of negative, it's a positive. Dick will try the case, and he will take the offensive in the case. He's not the classic defense lawyer where he's just looking at what the defense is going to be in the case. Dick is going to take it to them.
What does that look like in regards of taking it to them?
Well, he'll be objecting, and he'll have some pretty clear objections about what they're trying to offer. Dick he has the ability to go ahead and he's very sharp, so he can be and sharp in two ways: sharp in his mind, but also with a sharp tongue. And he'll be trying to jab them and keep them off off balance. And with anything they put up, whether it's opening statement, closing argument, whether it's evidentiary issues, whether it's witnesses, I mean, he's going to try and keep them off balance so that they're not going to be able to just read a script or do a script and follow up on it and put that all in evidence. He's going to try and disrupt that.
There'd be a lot of activity.
Yeah, I believe so.
Swirling's expertise doesn't end with his former law partner. He also understands jury selection is key in this case, especially with the deep roots the Murdaugh family has in the Low Country.
There's nothing wrong with them having relationships or knowledge. If they can be fair and impartial, they'll still get seated. So the judge will ask them that, despite the fact that you did business with them, can you still be fair and impartial in this case? And those people can still get seated. That doesn't knock them off completely. But that family, more so than any other, that I'm aware of around the state, was just involved in all aspects of the community, politics, law, farming, anything you could imagine. They knew people in that community, and people had contact with them. And I think most of them were very popular.
As a defense attorney, what is your ideal juror in this case?
I would want middle-aged men with some degree of sophistication where they could, if there's going to be some important evidentiary issues, that they would be able to understand those. But I definitely would want men in this jury. Jury. Well, you got the woman was killed, the wife was killed, and then you have the son that was killed. And I think women would tend to be a little bit more harsher about those kinds of issues. If they believe the evidence, they're going to react differently than a man. Men are not as, not question of being callous, but emotionally, they're not going to be as upset because of what they see as possibly a woman would be. And that's not a criticism. I mean, it's just nature. Women raise their children. The man is, out working. So there's a relationship, and I think that the women will be sensitive toward what happened to the wife and certainly the son.
The jury will be tasked with focusing on an expansive amount of evidence. And while Swirling says that's important, the motive for the crimes will be crucial for the state to prove guilt. What would you see as the most damning evidence against your client if you were trying this case?
Well, if they were able to connect up a motive, that would be damning, because that's the thing that I have as a lawyer and as a just a layperson too, trying to put on two hats. That's the thing that bothers me. First of all, why would somebody kill their son? How would somebody kill their son? We have homicides all the time between spouses. I mean, that is, the emotion between spouses can build up, and so we see a lot of that. Obviously, it's wrong, but you see a lot of husband and wife homicides because of that. It's a very love and hate are very close together. So that emotion comes out. But a son, I mean, what could you have possibly? What can your son possibly have done that you would do something like that? So I have reservations about that. But if they have phone records and cell tower records and witnesses and odometers and whatever it may be to tie in a certain time frame, and that would have been possible, then I would be looking at that as a juror. Mm-hmm. So I think those are going to be some big issues in the case.
And now just a reminder, we are posting real-time updates on the trial inside the Fox County News app and online as well. It is ongoing at this moment. We'll continue tomorrow with jury selection, and we will have much more from Jack Swirling throughout the week. We spoke to him on a number of topics. Also has insight about how he believes the carpooling will work with Murdaugh's other attorney there in that case. So we have a lot coming up right here on Fox Carolina News.
Quiet. Be seated. Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Or longer, we have another matter we need to take up, so I was hopeful that we would, after he closes, we would move to the
And what do you want me, what do you want to ask me?
Well, I was just curious as, I was
I'm
letting
curious
court.
as well, I don't know.
Letting court know how long my closing would be, and then if we went at 5, I wouldn't be done until 7 or 7:30.
You'll have an opportunity to fully argue during a time where the jury's attention span won't be frayed due to the long hours.
And Your Honor, are you considering dealing with that other matter if for instance, adjourned? I think that,
Yes.
okay, because I think the Attorney General's thinking he's going to be done in about 45 minutes, but.
How do I send that?
Or, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you say you'll be done in how many minutes, or do you know?
I think less than 30, Your Honor.
Less than 30. I thought I heard 4 or 5. Less than 30. Okay. All right, let's bring them in. Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please the court?
Sure.
DSR on the defendant's hands and seatbelt, Maggie's DNA on that Super Black Eagle, DNA on the Suburban steering wheel. No DNA or blood identified on the floorboards. Showing y'all state 7. That's the how you doing comment. And the second officer walks up, how you doing? States 5. Also from the body cam. It's very dark out there. You can see how well lit it can be when the lights are on. 22. 93. 47.
almost done. We'll talk finally a little bit more about the defendant's story to you that he told on Thursday. We've already talked about it. Just a couple more things. I asked him when he went down there, those dogs are clearly out in the kennel video. I asked him if the dogs were alerting on anybody nearby or in the woods, as dogs do. And he said no. He said that their dogs were not doing that. You heard about the fact that he changed clothes, and you also heard testimony that his clothes smelled fresh and like laundry. See again, manufacturing the scene. You heard from his law partners that he was not, and also from Marion, that he was not overly concerned with figuring out what happened or any threats to Buster. And in fact, you heard in the telephone interview after the side of the road, they specifically asked him, are there any threats to Buster? And he said no. Why is there no threat to Buster? Because he was the threat to Maggie and Paul. He knows there's no vigilante out there. That's why he was never concerned about it. That's why he called Rogan first the night of. He knows the only threat is him. I asked him if he could remember lying to all of those close to him, people that he trusted, that he stole from. He couldn't detail one single conversation. He couldn't remember his last conversation at the kennels. To use his own words, and when you hear what he has to say, when he was asked after the kennel video and his new story, what he did, he said, I got out of there. He's got that photographic memory, but can't remember what he was doing when he was his most active on that day. He didn't say, if only I had been there. If only I had gone to the kennels. If only I could have stopped it. If only I had been there a little longer. He says, I got out of there. What father would hold anything back if he were innocent? What father would care what happens to him after that? He claims he told you that he had cooperated with SLED. But he hadn't. There's nothing more important if someone's innocent to telling law enforcement when the last time the victims were alive. I just saw them. I saw them at 8:50. I saw them at 8:49. They're still out there. Go get them. He mentioned paranoia and tried to convince you that there was paranoia about some case 10 years ago, and he confused David Owen with David Williams. He got on the stand, ladies and gentlemen, and as he got confronted with things, as he was allowed to keep talking, he kept adding a new factor and a new factor and a new factor to justify why he's lying to you, why he had lied to law enforcement, and to justify why he's telling you what he's telling you now. He kept adding them. He can remember those, ladies and gentlemen. He can remember a new one. He can remember this. And the problem with that is that there's no mistaking David Owen for David Williams. We showed you that picture of David Williams.
This is a man who rides around with a badge in his windshield, who had blue lights installed on his private vehicle. And if you need any proof that he makes up lies and is very convincing with them and makes them up on the fly, he got caught flat-footed with the badge hanging out of his pocket. He tried to assert to you that sometime it was an accident, that this badge is hanging out of his pocket. How is that an accident? See how quickly he was able to lie? But more importantly, the blue lights. He sat there and told you 3 times, I think he said his name 3 times, that Sheriff Smalls, the former sheriff of Hampton County, gave him permission to put blue lights in a private vehicle for a part-time assistant solicitor, and blue lights in a private vehicle. He told you 3 times, effortlessly got up there, pivoted, and lied to you because Sheriff Smalls came in here and said, of course not. That never happened. I've never heard of such a thing. This is a man who made his trade on lying. He lied about the most important fact in the case, and he sat there and effortlessly and easily pivoted to a new lie when confronted with something he wasn't prepared for. And the sheriff came in here and said, no, that never happened. Of course not. But he looked y'all in the eyes and told you that. Looked you all in the eyes and told you that. As if, what's your problem, Mr. Waters? Sheriff Small said it was okay. Tries to tell you that he was paranoid about having a bag of pills in his pocket. The man who had blue lights in his car and had a badge, rides around with a badge in his windshield. That's what he thinks of his power and prestige, and that's what he thinks of appropriate use of authority, is to put it up there. It only serves him. It's only there to serve him. But he's tried to also tell you that he gets paranoid, and so he's tried to lie about the most important fact that he could offer law enforcement when his wife and son were brutally murdered because he had a bag of pills in his pocket, but yet at the same breath says, I wasn't concerned about the law firm and that fair stuff. I'm not concerned about the boat case. Why would he lie about that time unless he's manufacturing an alibi? And that's just why it took him only 19 seconds to call 911, because he knew what he was going to find out there. This has all been constructed by him to try to confuse the situation. That lie that he told you, he tried to make it seem like he'd been trying to tell this, but he also admitted on the stand that, and as did his brother, that his own brothers heard it for the first time last week. That his own attorney was repeating the story that he was napping the whole time and never went to the kennels on HBO in November, just a couple months ago. A lot of people lie, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people lie. When it's really important, something like this brutal murder, most people are going to come clean about a bag of pills. But why do people lie? People lie because they knew they did something wrong. That's why he lied, ladies and gentlemen. And just like always, when confronted with new evidence that he no longer can deny, he backtracks, he pivots, and he tells a new story from that stand and looks you all in the eye. And then when new evidence comes up on cross, he backtracks and he pivots and he tells another new lie. And I'm sure if he could get up there again, he'd be telling, well, let me rephrase that. He said so many witnesses are lying on him. They're all lying on him. But the one thing we know is a constant is that he lied to them. Mark Tinsley's lying. Jeannie Seckinger's lying. Shelley Smith is lying. Blanca's lying. Everybody's lying on the master liar. You heard him answer the questions about whether or not he killed his wife and son. You heard me ask him if he was a family annihilator. When he answers those questions, did you see him do this? Did you see him do that on those videos too and ask questions where now we know he was lying? Is that the most classic tell ever? I'll leave that to you to decide. One thing I will agree with him that he said up there, oh, what a tangled web we weave when we first practice to deceive. How appropriate coming from that man. This man was trying to sell you on an idea that he was at the kennels, that he jetted back, that he went inside so quickly and quickly dozed off in the shortest nap in the history of the South. And then he got in his car just seconds after the supposed vigilantes. These vigilantes that apparently are 5'2", that knew somehow that Paul and Maggie would be both at Moselle on the evening of June 7th between 8:44 and 9:02, that also knew that they would be alone at this time. That they knew that Alec would not be at these kennels. And they also knew the property well enough to get to the kennels. They also assumed that they would find ammunition and guns there, so they didn't bring those. And they traveled the same route as Alec after his short 20-second nap and knew that he would be visiting his mother at Alameda during that time. Those are the circumstances that you have to accept. The 5'2" vigilantes that arrived somehow in that tiny time period between 8:49 and 9:02, and that's given him every benefit of the doubt as to the story he told you, sprinkled with a bunch of new lies as well. That somehow they arrived during that time. The dogs never heard them or ran to them. Somebody put the dogs up in the wrong kennels. Somebody rolled up the hose. And these vigilantes were just lucky enough to find these family weapons there, which he's clear on the other side of it that he says were never there. He's so clear. Oh, we never had the blackout. We never rode around with the blackout.
No one knew who he was. No one knew who this man was. He'd avoided accountability his whole life. He had relied on his family name. He had a powerful family. He carried a badge and used that authority. He lived a wealthy life. But now finally, he was facing complete ruin. His father, who he idolized, who I worked with on occasion, was dying. His son was facing charges for the boat case. He was facing a civil action that not only could potentially ruin him, but expose the reality of what he'd been doing for years. He had an opiate addiction. The entire illusion of his life was about to be altered. He couldn't live for that. He's the kind of person for which shame is an extraordinary provocation. Shame is an extraordinary provocation. His ego couldn't stand that, and he became a family annihilator. And I was thinking, that people who get the last word in this courtroom are y'all. And a lot of witnesses have testified over the last 6 weeks, but there's a couple that never get to testify that are important, and that's common sense and human nature. And there's 2 more that don't get to testify. We couldn't bring you any eyewitnesses because they were murdered. But common sense and human nature can speak on behalf of Maggie and Paul. When you look at this in its totality, common sense and human nature can speak for them. And they deserve a voice. Everything he did was meant to try to frustrate the forensics as a lawyer and a prosecutor with the 2 guns and the manufactured alibi, and not taking his phone down to the scene, deleting call logs, making short phone calls, bringing up the boat case, moving Maggie's phone, changing clothes, looking at Paul's phone, calling Rogan, trying to call Rogan. One man controlled this crime scene initially, and that was Alec. But there were some things he couldn't control. And we brought those to you. A couple things that the defendant said that I agree with. He said, whoever did this had anger in his heart. Whoever did this planned it for a long time. That he hurt the ones who were closest to him. It may be hard to fathom, ladies and gentlemen, that when you put all these circumstances together and really understand who he was in the entirety of his life, and the pressures that he was facing from what he had been doing for so long, you can understand it. There was one mistake, though, he didn't expect. And this is why he was worried about Paul's phone.
This is why he's trying to get in touch with Rogan. And it was that kennel video that came up late in the investigation. One of the things I asked him and we've talked about this, the last question I had to him, and the first question I had to him was, what is the most important part of your testimony here today? And he wouldn't even concede that, but he at least conceded that the most important thing was to look you in the eye and try to explain to you why, after his entire history, you should believe him when he says, okay, I was down at the kennels for one brief minute, but I had nothing to do with this. We went through that long cross in which he identified all these factors, from his partner saying having an attorney, you need to have an attorney present, to his distrust of SLED, to Dave Owen asking him about his relationship. And I asked him, at what point did you decide to lie? And he finally agreed, okay, it was in this interview. It was that moment in the June 8th interview. It was during that interview. But in his 911 call, ladies and gentlemen, at 10:06, when he was asked when he last saw them, he said an hour and a half, and then changed it to approximately 2 hours. Consistent with what he would later say. Before any of those factors that he sat there and ran through with y'all is the reason for his decision even ever existed. And if that's not enough, ladies and gentlemen, you saw, and I played it for him, Daniel Green's body cam, where he was asked the same question. And he said that it was 1.5 hours plus 45 minutes. And all those factors that he identified to you as to why he supposedly lied, he was lying to you, ladies and gentlemen, when he made those up. He was lying to you when he made those up, just like he's lied to everyone close to him. And he's good at it. He's good at it. Is that up?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul.
Motive, the means, the opportunity, and ample evidence of guilty conduct and guilty conscience. All four factors are present.
And Maggie and Paul deserve a voice. They need a voice because they can no longer speak. And this has been a tough job, but the system depends on people who take that oath as jurors and are willing to honor that oath and make that tough decision to vindicate these victims, to vindicate Maggie and Paul, who were cut down in the prime of their lives. This is a sealed exhibit. This is what he did. This is what he did right here. This defendant, on the other hand, has fooled everyone who thought they were close to him, everyone who thought they knew he was who he was. He's fooled them all. And he fooled Maggie and Paul too. And they paid for it with their lives. Don't let him fool you too. On behalf of the state of South Carolina, I ask you to return a verdict of guilty against the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, for the murder of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul, and for his possession of firearms during the commission of those malicious offenses. Thank y'all for your attention during this long trial.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for this day. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. If you go to the jury room, and you'll be dismissed in just a few minutes from the jury room. Please do not discuss the case at all with anyone, including your fellow jurors. We'll recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning, except for the matter that we will address in chambers with counsel.
Hey, JC, thanks for becoming a new YouTube member. I think the state did a really good job with their closing arguments. Personally, I think he drove it home. The thing is, just me, how I am. I just still think there's a lot of holes in this and a lot of explaining to do. They were in a big hurry to go to trial. They wanted a speedy trial, which Firecrotch has every right to. I think he knew what he was doing when he said, let's get this over with. I don't know. I guess we'll see tomorrow. See how the defense does. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't have a verdict on Friday. I don't know why. Do you guys think we're going to have a quick verdict, or do you think they're going to think on it for a few days? I think it'd be awesome to have one before the weekend. What did C-Star do? Thank you, Tiffany. Love you, sis. Someone said, thank you, C-Star. I didn't see it. Welcome, Mary. Mary's a new YouTube member. What a way to end a very, very long show. Over 6 hours. Thank you, C-Star. You're awesome. All right, guys, I'll see you back here tomorrow, and we will watch the closing arguments from the defense. You guys have a great night. Thanks for hanging out with me all day. See you tomorrow.